Hello. Yeah. Okay. It seems that we are ready. Back to the school, as we can say. Anyway, sorry for slight delay. It's a big pleasure to welcome you all here. I hope that you had the time at least overview shortly the agenda of today. For me, as a hydrogen enthusiast, since years, it's a big pleasure and honor to see all the right people around the area who, first of all, will share their experience, second, to be ready and open to network, and to think about how we can do the next steps together. So I hope that my colleague Jorgo is online. Jorgo, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a colleague of mine and my boss, Jorgo Chatzimarkakis, CEO of Hydrogen Europe. Jorgo, the floor is yours for welcome.
Many thanks, Ivars, and many thanks for organizing this event and also for having me here to give a short overview of where we are. You talked about hydrogen enthusiasts. Basically, the group of people loving hydrogen, understanding hydrogen is growing. And it has been also mentioned in the big State of the Union speech of Mrs. von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. Basically, I had a bet going on with my wife. She is member of parliament. She was sitting in the plenary listening to her. And she said, how many times will she mention hydrogen today? I said, once enough. One time is enough because we are already on track. She said, I would say 5. In the end, it was 4 times. So my wife has won the bet. The point is that hydrogen has become the top level clean tech next to others, of course, next to wind, next to solar, next to battery electric solutions, but it's in the same range. And Mrs. von der Leyen said that she would now enter into the new phase of pushing these clean technologies by opening industrial dialogues. We in the hydrogen sector are, of course, very familiar with certain elements of this hydrogen technology being applied. And one very, very first technology to show basically why hydrogen is needed in the energy transition and also in the mobility transition was the use of buses. So buses are an early success story. We owe very much to the bus organizers and operators because they took an early risk and they showed that use of hydrogen in mobility is not only possible, it's also a good way out to abate CO2. And buses are a perfect solution because they have a lot of people visiting them. So public transport is always a very good step into making this technology basically more visible and make people familiar with it. Also, we can build up the hydrogen infrastructure, in this case, the hydrogen refueling stations, very concretely, very planned, because we know where the public needs the transport. And this helps us to overcome the chicken and egg dilemma. How important that is, and I'm very open and blunt to you, does the Danish case show to us. In Denmark, you might have seen that in the media, and I don't want to hide that. We have, for a certain time, a close down of the hydrogen refueling stations. The reason for that is it's first generation refueling stations, so they are old, and they had some problems. Also, at the moment, the market is not there yet. Yes, we have some taxis, but the market did not pick up. Why? Because we Europeans talk too much. We discuss too long. You know, we could have been much faster in applying and deploying basically this technology. And this is why we now, in a transition period until the new AFIR, the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation, comes into force, that's the obligation of member states to install round about 500 refueling stations all over Europe. but in every urban node, so in all the cities. This is an obligation that comes until 2030. So the AFIR regulation, the European Parliament and in the European Council, so by the legislators, has been finalized and passed through. We last week had a big meeting with member states where we planned how we can basically schedule this uptake of refueling stations. And by then, Denmark will enter back again into new, fresh, modern hydrogen refueling stations. And this is something that IVARS takes care of for Central and Eastern Europe. So I'm very grateful that IVARS keeps on going. He was many years member of the board of Hydrogen Europe, and his voice was the voice of the whole countries of Central and Eastern Europe. And that's why I asked him to stay basically an advisor to the board and to myself. And this event today is one important event to understand better how can we enter into the schedule, how can we be in schedule, and how can we make basically this technology an equal technology all over Europe. We don't only want the usual suspects to be mastering it. We want Central and Eastern Europe to be possibly also in the lead. So please go ahead, discuss these issues. Thanks very much, IVARS, for bringing relevant personalities together to get this going and to kick the ball. Hydrogen is happening, and this is why I'm so happy that you are at the moment doing exactly what you're doing. IVARS, I give the floor back to you. Many greetings from Brussels.
Thanks, Jorgo. Thanks a lot. I think one of the lessons, what you said, the visibility of hydrogen, what Jorgo said, that's exactly the reason why we have outside the station, we have a bus, we have a car. I would like to have more excavators, tractors, trucks, everything. But then we will block all the street. But the main point is that all this is useless if I'm standing here alone. If I don't have audience who is listening, thinking about it, and making considerations about what can be the best next steps. So, as most of you know, unfortunately, we had last week a couple of challenges with the government, so therefore we had chasing all our new ministers time to time, but thanks to a lucky coincidence, we have Jānis Meirāns here, advisor for our new transport minister for innovation. So I would like to give him a floor for giving a couple of key sentences what would make a sense for us to keep in mind. Thanks, Jānis.
Thank you, Ivars. First of all, I would like to apologize for the minister himself. Yeah, he's been newly appointed just the second day in the office, so he was not able on such a short notice to be here and deliver the speech himself. So I had to cover for him. It's a great pleasure to see so many people here in the audience and quite a diverse representation, not only from Baltics, but also a bit far away from our region. Yeah. Riga was the pioneer in hydrogen mobility. There's a lot to learn from those projects, and we definitely see that the hydrogen is one of the technologies, the green energy technologies in the transportation. Of course, there are numerous challenges, but I think the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression has shown us that the reliance on carbon industry comes with a lot of shortcomings, and we would be happy to have a viable and healthy mix of energy sources also in transport, and hydrogen definitely is one of the technologies to be considered. We can see the positive examples all around the globe how hydrogen is being used in public transport. Thank you, Ivars, and I wish you a productive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jānis. We count on your support continuously. So we will need your support, definitely. Because also maybe a short press story. Why we are here? Of course, thanks to JIVE and JIVE 2 projects. 2 big-scale projects where we touch the ground later. But also the story leads also, yes, yesterday bus was tested in the airport. Why airport? Because this is city bus, it's not fitting. But the airport is also doing the homeworks. What's basically also the good message for us today that there is stakeholders who are doing the first steps. They are investigating those options. So Riga Airport has joined the Baltic Sea region hydrogen airport partnership. So there will be airport partnership who will investigate hydrogen as technology solution with assessing technical benefits of that, technical and economical benefits. We have also a good project together with the Valmiera region and ZAO, and together with our partners from Estonia, with Tartu City, that we are investigating next steps of early first trials. And at the end, we have the bus, and we have suppliers of the bus, like Caetano here. So we cannot do this alone. With good advice and quite careful analysis of past experience, I would say also all the bad things and bad mistakes what we did. So, and of course, special thanks to Latvenergo, because how we can talk about hydrogen if we do not have a hydrogen? So therefore, I'm happy to say, and we will listen later also Latvenergo presentation, that if we don't have a leading partner in our region who is capable to provide necessary quantity of hydrogen, all the story will remain as our dream. So therefore, let's make our dream reality. I would like to continue with our first session with what will be explaining the whole background of the roadshow, why the technology is here, and where it can lead us. So, please put my slides on the, yes. So, the first session is how we can stimulate the market, because what Jorgo mentioned, we need to have a visibility, we need to have a right level discussion with stakeholders and involved people, and we need to see solutions. So, Jive and Jive 2 projects was started almost 5 years ago. Can I ask my slides? Anyway, as long as slides will, yes, excellent. So, maybe just a step back, what is the Hydrogen Europe? So I'm representing Hydrogen Europe. This is leading organization of the industry in Brussels. Please put the next slide. Or we can have somehow, yes. So Hydrogen Europe today is uniting more than 500 industry members. Only a few of them are here, but the point is following. When industry comes together, clearly understanding benefits, thank you a lot, yes. Clearly understanding benefits of hydrogen and multi-angle storyline behind that, it is necessary to have a competitive exchange and have a dedicated R&D initiatives. So Hydrogen Europe, together with Hydrogen Europe Research, have a private-public partnership with the European Commission, what has secured for, I think for today, that was a second generation of joint undertaking already ended. We have now third generation of joint undertaking with 4 billion dedicated money for R&D. But R&D is good. Scientists will agree with me that it's good to have R&D, but it's almost like never-ending story. We need to come up with industrial solution what can make today in market viable technological solutions in the scale. So that's the reason why we are here. If you have your interest on R&D portfolio, please do not hesitate. Visit the Clean Hydrogen Partnership homepage. You will find really more than 1,000 different projects. Just an idea what can be done in the future. But most important, when we had done R&D, is where it all leads. Technology, okay, excellent. And thanks to all R&D during the years, there was a prepared proposal by Hydrogen Europe together with the industry and the Jive and Jive 2 projects. One of the lessons what we realized that it doesn't make sense if we have a one bus or one small station or one car at the site. Because It's not the new essence that to using one industrial equipment for limited usage, it's quite expensive. Therefore, was decided on an EU level to make really size effect influencing project, JIVE and JIVE 2. Basically, altogether, there is introduced more than 300 buses today, and around 300 buses has been ordered as continuation of that story. So to speak, one of the lessons that after the trials with 1, 2, 3 buses across the cities in Europe, we got the main lesson that we need to scale it up. And one of the lessons was starting from 10 units at one city, it started to make sense also from business point of view. Therefore, by having those good lessons, if you see the map, all this is in Western Europe. Unfortunately, nothing is happening in our end. Yes, as Jānis mentioned, Riga was leading for a time. No, it's still leading with real applications because we still have a first refilling station in Latvia. Even with that, we need to share this experience from the cities who introduced in the scale, like Cologne, for example, today is operating 50 buses. Aberdeen is also approaching 30 plus buses. So to speak, in that scale, this is absolutely another benefits and added value for local users, but also for hydrogen providers and infrastructure providers. And the main idea was that we decided that instead of having just a good PowerPoint, we need to come over to the cities and share the knowledge what we had in the project. Yes. And there was set up the plan that whole the project need to go and visit at least 2 cities in every member state in Central and Eastern European region to share the knowledge of the project, but providing industry partnerships around the table who can be ready together with you as a local users to really go on and introduce this in the scale, but finding economical benefits for everyone. So the first roadshow we already made, that was started in Slovenia, goes to Croatia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. Now we did a first startup for second roadshow in Polish cities. Last week, bus was visiting Lithuania, Kaunas, Vilnius. Today, bus is here. Yesterday, it was tested in airport Riga. Tomorrow, it goes to Jelgava, afterwards to Valmiera, then to Tartu and Tallinn. And the third roadshow will be in Balkan region, Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece. Yes. But why all this is important? So, because everyone always is asking question, okay guys, that's nice story. Of course, my colleagues later will give a much more insight that you can have a facts, taste of the feeling, what is the hydrogen bus, how much kilograms it consumes, what can be expected, the total cost of ownership projections, where is the price range of hydrogen feasible, when it beneficial to the master to invest in refueling station. All those details will be provided later. But then always is a question, okay, who will pay for a party? And that's the most important question. One of the messages, what I would like, my colleague Luca from Joint Undertaking later will dig much deeper inside in that. There is available today on the table a lot of availabilities and chances. What I would like to encourage you to start investigate, starting from early phase of project preparation, ending with really market rollout phase, according your financial framework of the project. So to speak, we can start with the small trials, as Valmiera Zao previously mentioned, just to starting one waste truck, starting with this trial, parallel to investigating business model, finding the partnerships with the industry suppliers, and then applying for money. Because this is the key. If we cannot use cheap, available today's money from the Commission, then we need to go to conventional banks. Our conventional banks, unfortunately, today is not so supportive for innovation solutions. Therefore, what we are saying, do not hesitate. If you are interested, we are ready to guide you through all those jungles and help you attract EU money. Financial instruments, later in the mobility session, there will be specifically given a presentation by European Investment Bank. That kind of new joint ventures or special purpose companies or consortia are very welcomed, as long as we have a wish and a quite clear plan how we are ready to proceed. Just maybe small hint of the story that, and most important, that a lot of or most of the EU financial instruments and funding schemes can be combined as long as they are not financing one eligible activity. This means if we have a big size or like Hydrogen Valley in Valmiera, Valmiera can apply for one funding instrument to build the infrastructure for refilling, for another funding instrument for a waste truck. With the third, they can maybe even stimulate renewable generation. But all they combined are making Hydrogen Valley what makes sense for benefits for all society around. Just small digging. As usual, can I ask assistance for the next slide? Yes, excellent, thanks. But most important that as long as we have all new ideas, and I know today will be also R&D session, what is also key importance, that starting having good ideas and pre-engineered solutions, we can attract easily EU funding for the schemes what can afterwards provide added value, not only for technology providers, but also for end users like Latvenergo, Rigas, Siltums. So to speak, the market is here. What we are encouraging, do not hesitate, come over to us. We will be more than glad to provide you all the hints. Okay, now it works. No. Yes. And here is behind the schemes is meant the new business models. The new business models, I mean, that up till now, especially in the bus world, all the public transport operators were owning the buses. That was the classical up till now, that was usual business as usual. Today, EU is encouraging us to go over that and to assess not only the costs of the buying the bus, but put all this in one. Later, our colleagues from Caetano and Messer will provide you a quite detailed offer on mobility as a service. But the point is, how end users can save the money today just to calculating total cost of ownership, because at the end, if we are counting depreciation, fuel, service all together, we are having 1 kilometer cost for job what need to be done. Therefore, this new approach is more than welcomed in today's world, and there is financial instruments available, but we need to have first steps done. We need to form reasonable consortia and start to do our pre-assessment of the project, set them up, frame it, attract consortia partners, and we can introduce that to benefit everyone together. So, with that, I would like to thank you a lot for attention. I would like to ask colleagues from UITP, Flavio, please, the floor is yours. Flavio will give you much more insight on the projects Jive and Jive 2. There will be a lot of data, useful information, how the scale effect influenced all that what we are doing and what we would like to share with you. Thank you.
It's on, I guess, and it works. Yes. So, thanks a lot for this amazing workshop that will give us a lot of insights today. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. Just like a couple of words on myself. I'm Flavio, and I work at the International Association of Public Transport, which is like a Brussels-based organization. Yes, I don't know. Slowly, it will get on. All right. So, yeah, we are basically the only worldwide network to bring together all public transport stakeholders and sustainable transport modes. So we have PTOs, PTAs, member of the industries, and I work personally in the knowledge innovation departments on bus-related topics. So my daily job is really to manage EU-funded project on innovation related to buses. In this framework, UITP is partner in the JIVE projects. They were briefly introduced by Evers before. The JIVE projects are led by Element Energy, and we're a big consortium of many, many partners, and UITP is one of those, charged with communication activities as well as other analysis of data that comes from the project itself. All right, yeah, that's about us. Very slowly changing slides. So we have about 1,900 members from around 100 countries around the world in 13 offices. Going forward, yes, the JIVE projects, as mentioned by Avaras, are aiming at deploying 300 buses across 16 European cities and regions. What is the main objective? It is really to stimulate and validate large-scale fleets in operation. It was mentioned before that at the time that JIVE started in 2017, it was really needed to upscale the level of pilots that we're doing with fuel cell buses, and the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, together with all these partners, decided to implement this large upscale. And these projects are really the largest attempt up to now to deploy fuel cell buses, and they will run until 2025. So it's a long, it was a long road that we're doing, but what is the good news is that we are really going to achieve the objectives that were set before, but also to go a bit beyond of those objectives at the time. So this is an overview of the current status with regarding on deployment of fuel cell buses and hydrogen refueling stations, because JIVE also goes hand in hand with the Merlin project that just finished, and it also aims at deploying refueling stations. So the whole picture of the infrastructure around fuel cell buses. So as you can see from the slide, at the moment, almost all the 300 fuel cell buses that we're supposed to deploy are in operation. And obviously, what is very interesting is that from those operations, we can start driving the data and analyze the data that comes from them. We have what is very interesting, also a quite wider range of bus OEMs that provided the buses to the sites. We have also a different side of buses, so single-deck and double-deck buses, and different scale of fleets in the different deployment sites, from 5 to 50 plus fleet, for example, in Cologne, as mentioned before. What is also very interesting, it is that from many of these deployments, the cities decided to upscale their fleets of fuel cell buses beyond the JIVE projects. It is now announced that, for example, in Barcelona, there will be a very large order of fuel cell buses. And what's very interesting is that the sites that tested the technology, they actually were able to analyze the results positively and go beyond of what was originally planned by the project and provided by the European funds. So a bit of like background on what are the advantages of fuel cell buses compared to other emissions, and why fuel cell technology can be very important in public transport operations. So first of all, well, probably it is the most important thing is that a zero tail type emission. With the Clean Vehicles Directive, which aims to put in place procurement quotas in the different member states in terms of low emission and zero emissions, the only two technologies that in buses are recognized at completely zero emission, emission-free, so zero tailpipe, are fuel cell technology and battery electric technology. So this is basically one of the two solutions that public transport operators and authorities can use to implement, to achieve these goals. Then we have, obviously, a highly daily range. which is quite important because to certain routes, the hydrogen provides quite a long-term availability. So you need, for example, when you have like a regional context that in your operation goes beyond like certain kilometers, it is quite important how this technology provides. It is obviously also a technology that is available at scale, so can be scaled to accommodate growing fleets and different size of fleets, as demonstrated by Jive. And obviously, it is an incredible opportunity to enhance the European competitiveness of our industry. So this is quite an interesting slide because it shows how the projects are going forward in terms of the data that we're receiving, particularly on specific fuel consumption. So in this slide, you can see different projects that started back in 2001 with fuel cell buses. And you can see that like Jive and Jive 2 have already achieved quite a good level of consumption in terms of hydrogen that is consumed by the buses and have actually very much outscaled and outperformed the previous projects and also the objectives that we set. For the moment, also, it's important that we are, as Ivar mentioned before, we're also analyzing the data of the roadshows that we are doing, and the average consumption of the first roadshow that took place in Central Europe was an average consumption of 7.6 kilogram of 100 kilometers, so that's quite a good result. Another interesting analysis that comes from the data and that our colleagues in the Jive Consortium are doing is a TCO analysis, so of comparison between fuel cell buses and battery electric buses systems, so against economic parameter. TCO stands for total cost of ownership. So as you can see from these slides, we can see that the assessment reveals that compared to battery electric buses, at the moment, the total cost of ownership of fuel cell buses is slightly higher. However, there is still some advantages, and the relative advantage of battery electric buses is only 10%. So it is not unlikely to state that like a further reduction of fuel cell hydrogen buses prices may reverse the situation. Also, it is important to state that when loading and demanding routes shall be served, fuel cell buses are advantageous in terms of high operating range, as I mentioned before. So this is an interesting, I think there's a different set of parameters that we still need to keep looking at, but we can see that like hydrogen as a zero emission solution can play an important role also in economic terms for public transport operators. This is a couple of slides also on the next activities of the Jive projects. So there will be a zero emission bus conference taking place in Brussels from the 9th to the 12th of October 2023. So I would like to just say that like if you're interested, if you're in Brussels those days, I would encourage you to attend because there will be a lot of interesting panels, discussions, and dig in on the topic. You will have the 70 speakers that will talk over the 4 days, many networking opportunities, and obviously the project will primarily feature in the conference. Here you can see a bit of like some agenda topics of the conference, so some technical performances, role of policy, infrastructure, economics, and so on and so forth. And what is also important is that in the conference, but in general, the project will produce a lot of like resources that will be presented and that are available online. So for example, we have a best practice report that is available on the Jive website that I will really encourage you to have a look at if you're interested in the topic, because it really analyze and outlines the stages that are needed to deploy fuel cell buses, from the project conceptualization to the financial and planning, procurement, deployment, and operation. And there are many case studies there that you can have a look. Also, the project, in terms of lesson learned, drives a user group of external operators, or operators and authorities that are not in the project itself, but interested in the technology. If there are any operators that are interested in joining this group, I would encourage you to get in touch with me, because at the UATP, we actually manage this group and we provide further data and insight about the project themselves. The next meeting will also take place during the ZEP conference, so it is also an opportunity to meet up again in Brussels. Here, a couple of final slides just to a bit also to give an understanding in terms of like prices, because the price of the buses was one of the main objective of the JIVE projects. As you can see from here, like the capex and the historical capex from fuel cell bus project really decreased thanks to JIVE, and it was achieved the objective of having 650K as a price for fuel cell buses for JIVE, and very earlier on, so already in 2020. What is interesting here is also that the scalability plays a role. So obviously, lower prices are available for fleets, or larger number of fleets. Also interesting, it is the early results on environmental impacts and external cost benefit of fuel cell bus systems. The hydrogen production by electrolysis using electricity from wind power results in the lowest external cost. That's obviously extremely important for our ambitious strategy in Europe to lower greenhouse gas emissions. Another interesting fact is with hydrogen from electrolysis using electricity from wind power throughout the JIVE sites, the global warming potential reduction was 82%, and this can be achieved, and the JIVE project demonstrated. Anyways, to summarize, the JIVE project, as I mentioned, will finish in 1.5 years, are yet to be finished, but some findings shows the target feasibility, but also the highlight for some improvements. You can see that there is the specific fuel consumption has already been achieved. There are some other targets that need still to be worked on, but they're obviously very encouraging, particularly distance travels, the availability of the bus. We are the 90% currently deployed, but the aim is to have all the 298 fuel cell buses on the road. Some lessons learned from the deployment size is that teething periods are quite important. So there is a phase for operators and authorities in the implementation of fuel cell bus projects that need to be adjusted. And but afterwards, after this phase, the operation runs quite smooth. In general, local fleets are not really longer considered a potential add-on to normal operation, but are really part to day-to-day service. As UITP, because we work with many public transport operators and authorities all over the world, we can really see that the fuel cell buses are incorporated in long-term zero-emission strategies all over Europe. How and in which size, this will depend from local context and availability and different choices, but I really think that the maturity of the technology is there for operators and authorities to be used as a valuable zero-emission solutions. And I will finish it here because otherwise I think we'll be running out of time, but it was, again, a great pleasure to share some further insight on the JIVE projects, and yeah, I look forward, if you have any questions later, to just catch up during the coffee break. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Flavio. And now we are coming to the most important, let's wait, the technique will be solved. And now we are coming to the most important question about money. Can I ask change? Yes, thanks. Maybe one quick remark to everyone. If you already have some questions, please use Slido. Slido and write hydrogen. And there will be popped up immediately the session that you can write your questions. If you have already some questions, please do not hesitate. Send us in that we can later ask the speakers. All the speakers will be afterwards invited for a panel discussion. So therefore, please do not hesitate to come up with some digging deep questions. So next our speaker is Luca Fiola, Project Manager of Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So Luca, are you there? Luca?
Can you hear me?
That's yes, I see that some of you have a, can I ask technical, Is there a chance that we can get a bit down the lights? But one remark, all the slides will be afterwards available as a presentations. Okay. Okay, excellent. Luca, nice to see you. So,
Hello.
the
Hi,
floor
can
is
you hear me,
yours.
Alan? You can hear me, no?
Yes, we can hear, loud and clear.
Okay. I will share the screen and then I start my presentation. Okay, I guess it should be working now. And first of all, thank you very much for hosting me, although remotely. I'm very sorry not for being there, not for able to be there. I guess it would have been much better if I would present this also for the networking opportunities. But first of all, just a quick introduction from myself. My name is Luca Faiola. I'm a project officer at the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and I'm the project officer of the Jive2 project, which obviously includes this fantastic initiative of the roadshow. So I work together with IVAS on the roadshow, though IVAS is the main actor to implementing. And with this presentation, as you already introduced, I will give you an overview of what have been the EU-funded projects so far and what are the next funding opportunities for you. In terms of just a quick introduction, going fast on what is the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, we are a joint undertaking. Partnership is also an equivalent name between Hydrogen Europe Research, which are the private actors, let's say, these are the association of stakeholders involved into the hydrogen industry or research, and the European Commission. So by definition, we are a public-private partnership. And we implement several projects under now the Horizon Europe research program for a budget of 1 billion euros until 2027. Our work has started now 14 years ago with the first Clean Hydrogen Partnership. At that time, it was called Fuel Cell and Hydrogen JU. And in our range of activities, we try to cover all the value chain of the hydrogen world. So from the production until the distribution and to the end users, under which transport historically has taken a big part of the activities. Also because the technology that has been deployed, such as buses and cars, was among the ones that reached maturity before the others. And in fact, here you can see an overview of the project related to buses going from 2010 until today, where back then in 2010 we started with the project the project Qt and HyFleet. Then there's been the project Chic, High Velocity, etc., until today with the Jives. But what's important to highlight with this slide is that in 2010, the number of vehicles that have been deployed were around 10 buses, while today we speak about 150, 160 buses with the Jives. So the magnitude of the project has drastically increased. And this has been done together with other strategic activities such as commercialization study, joint procurement, transition to exploitation, etc. It was probably already mentioned before, I remember, by Yorgos, that in fact the deployment of, let's say, most of these activities have been concentrated in the past, and I would say for the great part even today, in central and east, in the western part of Europe. You can see here the number of buses deployed has been concentrated in Germany and UK, probably because these were the countries that started their hydrogen world before the others, then Italy, France, Switzerland, Belgium, and Spain. However, we are here because, yes, with this activity, we want to increase the presence of buses, and not only of buses, I would say of the whole hydrogen ecosystem in the central and eastern region that is now under our focus. A quick overview, let's say, of all of the results that this project has led. In short, we can see that from 2010 until today there has been a drastic improvement of performance of the buses. The range of the buses has reached a range similar to the diesel buses, above 350 kilometers. The fuel efficiency has drastically improved. You can see also from the graph below here that it moved from 25 kilograms of hydrogen per 100 kilometers to 6-7 kilograms of hydrogen per 100 kilometers, and this we have also confirmed in one of the first road shows. We totalized the cumulative range of kilometers driven, which is about 6.5 million. Several technical issues at the infancy of the technology have been cleared, and in some cases we reached a lifetime of the fuel cells above 35,000 hours. The availability of the HRSs also has increased from the 89% to 98% of today. And most important, also the cost of the buses has decreased from 1.5 million per bus capital cost to reach now a high level of maturity that we see suitable for a mass deployment. Okay, with this I conclude. I move into the second part of the presentation, which is about what are the funding opportunities today, and not only funding opportunities, but also possibility to study, to make a study at regional level. That I believe is most suitable for Latvia. In terms of next funding opportunities, we are moving now from projects such as JIVE to the hydrogen valleys. So in synthesis, in our SRIA, which is our main document to define the strategic research and innovation activities, we don't foresee to have another JIVE project, so no JIVE 3 project, but our focus has now moved to the hydrogen valleys. Why this? The reason is that because we believe that this type of project, as I showed before, this type of technology, in fact, has reached a very high level of maturity. And now we want to showcase that this maturity is suitable for deployment within the whole ecosystem, so that it can be used as a use case of an hydrogen valley. For hydrogen valley, what do we mean? We mean a geographical area where clean hydrogen is produced and locally distributed by households. And the region can be interconnected with another region within the hydrogen territories. And the classification of hydrogen valley can be of a small scale, medium scale, and international scale. At the time of, let's say back in March 2023, there were 25 hydrogen valleys identified. We have created the Hydrogen Valley platform to monitor the valley, to monitor their development, but also to create a platform for them to interconnect among each other. Actually, the number is already increased from 25, I believe, to now 35, I believe, because there will be new valleys funded under our project, but under our program. But the target is to reach 50 hydrogen valleys in Europe by 2025. And I leave here as a reference the previous topics, so the topics of 2023. They usually do not deviate so much year by year. What's important for you is that we always foresee that within the valley, there should be at least two applications of the hydrogen as end use. So the hydrogen is produced within the valley and it must be used within the valley. And one of the applications could be transport, a mobility project. And we can see this very often used in the hydrogen valleys, for example, to power buses that go from the airport to cities, or to power buses within the city, or whatever type of transport application. But I would say that this is one of the most common used, also because of the results from JIVE that prove that this can be a suitable solution for cities and regions willing to adopt a CO2-free policy. I move then into, let's say, a second aspect of the activities that we do for the region. We have created a website called the Region Hub. In this Region Hub, there is a lot of information, all information suitable for those that are willing to start and launch a project at the regional level using the hydrogen technologies. I leave here the link to the website and highlight three things that you can see under the section Hub for Region. One is the opportunities that you have for other type of project development assistance support. Here you can see a lot of type of project development assistance mechanisms depending on the size of the project. So from small project to medium, large, very large, and extra large. For example, there is the aggregation PDA, ELENA, JASPER. These are all type of project development assistance mechanism that you can use. There are several tools to support the development of business model that you can find, and also other initiatives to support the networking among regions for exchange of information and information about the technologies, for example. One of the most successful tools that we have had at Clean Hydrogen JU has been the PDA, what we call the PDA project, which stands for Project Development Assistance. And we have had two, PDA 1 and PDA 2, we call it. The first PDA, this slide probably contains a lot of information, but I will try to go to the point. The first PDA has already concluded in 2021 with projects now running. The PDA, what it does, it brings a concept of a project at regional level to a plan. So it is a tool to assist you through a team of consultants to make a development of a project and to suggest you the suitable funding mechanism to fund this project. So it is not a funding mechanism itself, but it will guide you to definition of your project and to find suitable financing and funding plans. As a result, the PDA that has been launched back in 2021 has now helped to fund 11 projects throughout Europe. As you can see in the map, the project goes from Spain, France, Belgium, Poland, Sweden, Croatia, and to in Bulgaria, and I believe also Czech Republic. And there are different natures. These are projects, for example, about hydrogen production, electrolyzers, but I believe the majority, if you look at it, these are projects about buses. Buses or mobilities, but buses, I believe, take a very large part of these projects that we funded. One thing that I want to highlight with this slide that I believe one day we'll share with you is a good reference for you is what was offered in the PDA. That in fact is dedicated time with hydrogen project consultants that they will guide you in the implementation plan. They will help you to connect regions to industry and technology provider, which I believe is one of the key aspects. And also to help you with budgeting and the business case. And obviously help you with implementation, such as analyzing project risks, etc., etc. But also I want to highlight that what is not offered in the PDA is a direct funding opportunity toward the project. So if you apply and you're successful, you will not receive funding from the JU, although you will receive guidance about how to get to funding mechanism, and also they will not write funding applications for you. So it's also a job that you will have to do by yourself. I leave this slide here for information, just for interest of time. But following the success of the PDA1, there has been also a PDA2 for regions with a similar mechanism. Although now it's also closed, but it is because the deadline was last year, and now the project have been selected and they've moved in under the implementation phase. The main difference between the PDA1 and PDA2 has been the focus of the countries, I would say the target countries, because those have been focused on cohesion countries. These are countries where the cohesion fund is applicable. So you can see here in the map the Baltic countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece, as focus on outmost regions and focus on specifically hydrogen valleys. As a result, although the application already closed, 15 projects have been selected. They are not disclosed yet, but I would recommend you to follow the h2regions.eu website, where you will see most of the information also when the project will be made available for information for public. Another thing worth mentioning is the creation of the observer networks. This is a network of, let's say, of region that they have an interest in other region and they can observe how the activities proceed within the region. So I would like to say that although the PDA1 and PDA2, just try to sum up, although they've been concluded and there's not possibility to apply now, we don't exclude that there will be a PDA for regions number 3. And if there will be so, I believe that this is really a suitable opportunity for those that are searching to start up a project, because you will receive support by skilled consultants, and I believe with the experience that they can build already on the experience from PDA number 1 and PDA number 2, and from there give an infancy to a project that will find funding mechanism either through the Clean Hydrogen Partnership or also outside. Because in fact, I would also like to say that the Clean Hydrogen Partnership is not the only funding mechanism that you have. I highlight here in yellow at least 5 other funding schemes that are suitable for you. I believe probably the most, among the most for such type of project, there should be the Just Transition Fund from DG Regio that helps you with, helps all the region that wants to make a transition toward a clean economy. The National Recovery and Resiliency Facility, these are funds coming from EU but managed at national level, so through your government in this case. The Modernization Fund is also applicable for the regions willing to move toward a clean economy, hydrogen included, and also the ESIF is I believe it's a tool suitable for you. Worth mentioning is also CEF. CEF is specifically targeting infrastructure development. And we have had several projects that have combined funding from either the Clean Hydrogen JU with CEF. JIVE, for example, is one of these. Through the project Merlin, funded by CEF, there has been the deployment of several hydrogen refueling stations. So the blend of fund is definitely possible. Here I leave you a slide for the CEF, of which the latest deadline is in fact in a bit less than 2 months. But we know that after this deadline, there will be other funds coming from CEF probably throughout next year. Also for information, I leave these slides, which gives you an overview of how to combine funds and how to further exploit results. And I would say I conclude with some key takeaways. With one sentence, I would say that we are now moving from buses project to hydrogen valleys because of what you have seen in the presentation, because this demo project have demonstrated suitable technology, bus cost is decreased, increased fuel efficiency, and we believe they are suitable for application within the cities. There is a lot of, I would say, a universe of possibilities for funding within the Clean Hydrogen JU through the valleys, and a universe of project development assistance, once again, either through the JU, but also outside of the JU, that's been combined and can be combined with other funding schemes, such as the Cohesion Fund, Regional Development Fund, Just Transition Fund, etc., etc. A list of useful links for later, and I thank you very much for the attention. And last mentioning, I think also Flavio mentioned about the ZEP conference that will be held in Brussels. It's a 4-day event full of information about hydrogen technology, but not only about hydrogen technology. That is obviously much complete than my presentation of 20 minutes. So thank you very much once again. If you have questions, I am still here. And Ivars, I stopped the screen so I can also see you.
Thanks, Luca. Thanks a lot. I hope that all of you enjoyed. Just a small deep dive, but I think that's definitely that money is available and support, starting from technical, ending with financial, is available. And we are encouraging you, do not hesitate, come up with the questions. I appreciate that there are raised already first questions. So thanks a lot. To continue, what you see that there is a good experience of project development, project initiatives. There is money available. So what can be done next? Because always it's necessary to have on policy level also some preliminary guidelines given. Therefore, I would like to ask our next speaker, representative of Velikopolska Vojevodice. Can I? Yeah, because unfortunately, some of the guests didn't manage. Therefore, today, at least in first session, it's our last speaker who is still online. Rest of the group we will have here at site representations to give chance to have a really live interaction abilities to ask the questions, and most important, to think around how we can proceed with next steps to initiate projects. Hello? Do we have? Yes. Valerian, how are you today? Nice to see you. Excellent. So the floor is yours. Please give us some insight what has been done in Poland and regional level, and what would be maybe your advice for us, because we are a bit lagging behind. We still do not have a hydrogen strategy on the government level. Estonians have, Lithuanians will present it next week. I know that you have even the regional strategy, so therefore, please give some insight of this part.
Okay, thank you, Ivars. I hope everyone can see me and hear me. As you mentioned, I am talking on behalf of Wielkopolska region, and I'm representative of the Nexus Consultants company, which was responsible for the development of this strategy. So I'm quickly going to share my presentation. Okay, so we prepared the hydrogen strategy for the Wielkopolska region with a perspective until 2040. As you mentioned, it was the first regional strategy in Poland, and I believe it still is the only regional strategy for hydrogen economy in Poland. We also have a national strategy, but it should be updated in many terms, because it was developed 2 years ago, and there was many changes in the background and in regulations on the national and European level. So it definitely needs to be updated. But this regional strategy is quite a fresh one, and it was developed the spring of 2023. Shortly about Wielkopolska, it is important to mention that Wielkopolska is a region that is located in the center of Poland. So there is no direct access to coastline. We cannot use offshore installations. There is also no ammonia plant that can use a lot of hydrogen. There is no refineries. So there is no straightforward path to develop a hydrogen strategy. So what we did, we focused on the identification of those sectors that contribute the most to CO2 emissions, and by the decarbonization processes, we would like to increase energy independences and innovativeness of enterprises located in Wielkopolska region. So we described 4 goals that we would like to achieve. The first one is to implement low and zero emission hydrogen production methods. The second one is related with available applications of hydrogen in the region. We also would like to raise the knowledge about hydrogen technology among different sectors. And we would like to continue the role of Wielkopolska region as an animator of the development of hydrogen economy. Because it wasn't the first initiative that happened in Wielkopolska. Wielkopolska started a hydrogen platform in 2019. It is a great opportunity to different business, science, local, and also government and civil circles to meet, to exchange their views, to exchange their experience, and even to start together hydrogen projects. So it was a very important first step towards hydrogen economy. There were also a number of other initiatives. There is this flagship event in Poland, H2 Poland, that is located in Poznań, and this year was the second edition of this major event. So there's already a lot happening since 2019 in Wielkopolska region. And there are also major players in the region. The most important is the ZE PAK SA, is the owner of a huge power plant in Wielkopolska, and it already developed a strategy to phase out from the fossil fuels by 2030. It's a private-owned hydrogen power plant, and they started to implement a hydrogen production plant. They also started their own brand of hydrogen buses, which is called NISO. However, the production plant of those buses is in other region of Poland. But in Wielkopolska, we have located another manufacturer of hydrogen buses, which is well-known Solaris, and 25 of Solaris Urbino's hydrogen Solaris Urbino are being bought by Poznań, which is the capital city of Wielkopolska region. And I believe in this year there will be already 15 hydrogen buses on Poznań street. Simultaneously, there is being developed refueling stations for those buses. There has been tender for hydrogen for those buses, and there are already the results of this tender. The hydrogen is being bought from major Polish company Orlen, and we can even share the price of this hydrogen. It is 12 euros. It's not cheap because there is actually no production plant in the Wielkopolska region. It has to be transported from Wrocław, which is 180 kilometers from Poznań. So the distance is really really large. However, this 12 euros consists all of operational costs regarding refueling of those buses. So it consists not only the price of the fuel. There are other initiatives in social housing that uses hydrogen technologies in the region. So actually there is happening a lot. Maybe it's worth to mention, because I was told about the scalability of purchases for public transport companies. It's better to buy a lot more of hydrogen buses, because we can reduce then the cost of the purchase, and the total cost of ownerships is significantly lower. The plan for Poznań was to buy actually 84 hydrogen buses, but there was only the funding was provided only for 25. So 25 it's still a nice number, but definitely this 84 buses would be a better approach in terms of this operational costs. So the plan was really nice, but the funding only lasted for 25 buses. So this is what we started with. We identified those sectors that contribute the most to CO2 emissions. There are, of course, power plants, heating plants, but there are many other sectors that are related to some kind of food processing industry. And it was particularly interesting for us because there is a lot of bio-waste from those treatments. And we realized that we can produce hydrogen not only from electrolyzers, but also from other ways, mostly from those bio-wastes, from biomethane, and in waste to hydrogen technology. So we will talk about later. And during this project, we made a forecast what the hydrogen market will look like in 2030 and 2040. And in 2040, we believe there will be some of 150 of tons of hydrogen available, and it will be produced via electrolysis, but also it may be produced from biomethane and in waste to hydrogen technology. And most of it will be used in 4 different sectors, which is transport, energy storage, heating, and energy self-sufficiency. And this all will contribute to significant CO2 reduction at 2.6 megatons per year. So it is really significant when you compare to current CO2 emissions to atmosphere. So the first method is of course electrolysis. I mentioned that we don't have access to offshore installations, but the environmental conditions are pretty good, and we can produce even 300,000 tons of hydrogen annually. There is a rising problem with unbalanced power in the grid, so we can use a lot of unbalanced renewables, especially after 2030 for hydrogen production. But we also need to invest in dedicated renewables to produce hydrogen. So we believe that there will be a significant rise in production of hydrogen from electrolysis between 2030 and 2040. As I mentioned, there are other different sources. There is a lot of potential in biomethane, and we can produce hydrogen from biomethane via SMRs or in pyrolysis. So we described that we can use different source of waste, municipal waste from agriculture and from different food processing factories to produce biomethane and then hydrogen from biomethane. And the third technology is waste to hydrogen. It is the least developed method of hydrogen production in Poland. There is still no clear regulations in this area. From the regulations and administrative point of view, it's very similar to waste incineration, which causes many problems during implementing those projects in Poland. So there is a huge need to make some clear regulations in this area. There is also a lack of experience in local governments on those administrative level. So there is one investment in the region, and it still struggles with gaining some there is some issues on the administrative level. So it's still developing. And we're going to use this hydrogen in different sectors. Maybe not the biggest application, but it's definitely the most important because there are clear regulations in Poland. There is already some regulations that requirements for the share of non-emission hydrogen buses in the cities. So the Polish cities already are buying electrical and hydrogen buses to comply with those requirements. So this is why, for example, Poznań has already bought some hydrogen buses. We also have a hydrogen bus in Konin, which is also in Wielkopolska region. So this is already happening, and there will be significant demand for green hydrogen in this sector. But we also identify other sectors. There is a lot of lines, train lines that are not electrified. There are diesel trains being used there. So there is a huge opportunity to decarbonize those lines with hydrogen technology. We also see the possibilities of use green hydrogen in sanitation sector, agricultural tractors. Although there are sectors that there are still not clear regulations, there are some lacks in the regulations, especially when we talk about sanitations. Hydrogen is still not treated as an alternative fuel when we look at the Polish regulations. There are some regulations on the European level that will make a huge demand for hydrogen in aviation. It will be used as a synthetic fuel, basically kerosene. So there is going to be a demand for hydrogen there. A very interesting sector is logistics, because there are, especially in Wielkopolska region, there are at least 2 or 3 major logistic centers, and we identified a huge demand for hydrogen there for forklifts. They are very competitive against electrical ones, because we don't have to spend a couple of hours to recharge them, and they can be used 24/7 in those logistic centers. So there is a huge opportunity in this area. Also for power generation and system regulation, there is a growing demand in Poland for new flexible generation sources and energy and energy storage. So we believe the hydrogen will be suitable for that purpose. There are also new investments in district heating plants. They are already able to use the hydrogen and natural gas mix up to 10% hydrogen. So we believe there will also be a demand for hydrogen there. And passenger buses, mostly in those commercial applications, which are vans, car fleets, taxis. We see that there are hydrogen taxis in Paris and Brussels. So this commercial applications where there is a lot of kilometers being made during the year, that there is a better opportunity for hydrogen. And the last sector is are companies that already invest in renewables to be self-sufficient, mostly because of the rising prices of electricity and other power sources. So they are very interested in gaining more self-sufficiency, and hydrogen makes it available to storage some of the surplus of energy they are already producing. A very crucial part of this hydrogen strategy is that Wielkopolska lays on this area where there is a lot of geological structures, salt caverns that may be used for hydrogen, large-scale hydrogen storage. There is already one salt cavern being developed on the borders of Wielkopolska region. So it is crucial because when there are possibilities to make this large-scale storages, there is a possibility there will be some hydrogen pipelines within this region. So European hydrogen backbone indicated that there is going to be some infrastructure there because of this location of this salt caverns. So it is a crucial part of whole national energy system, and we believe that will be very important in developing of this hydrogen strategy. And the last part, we presented a number of market development indicators that allow us to monitor what is the situation on the hydrogen market in the region. So we are monitoring what is the process in the investments in hydrogen technologies, as well as hydrogen plants, as different applications. So we prepared this number of market indicators. We monitor how much there are hydrogen powered buses. We already know that in Poznań there will be 25 hydrogen buses soon. So we expect further investments in this area as well. So basically, this is what I prepared for you today. If you have any questions regarding this process of building a hydrogen strategy, and maybe what we can share, what experience we can share, don't hesitate to ask questions. I'm all yours. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Valerian. I hope that audience has enjoyed it. So, maybe just to highlight, this is, in my opinion, quite important that regions and municipalities have a dedicated strategy, because this is also a key guideline where the business can come up and really start to invest, because without having clear message from municipalities or planning regions, nobody will come over and just by mistake invest. So therefore, I think this is also a good sample. Therefore, please do not hesitate afterwards. All the presentations will be uploaded on Latvian Hydrogen Association homepage. So you will be able to find out all the presentations, speakers, and most important, do not hesitate to use coffee breaks to reach us out with the questions straight ahead. I will try to later also include the question session, but unfortunately, as long as everyone is willing to say as much as possible, we are a bit running out of the time. And now I would like to give a floor to Latvenergo. Special thanks to Latvenergo as supporter of this event. And in my opinion, they should become a main driver of Latvia innovation in hydrogen market, because they, as energy provider, in my opinion, should be the key role to make able innovation, to initiate the projects, and first of all, to provide hydrogen for them. Pēteris, let me introduce Pēteris Lesencienoks. He's project manager for hydrogen from Latvenergo. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. And I will try to keep it interesting and short and follow the great speakers that already gave a lot of insight about hydrogen today. So regarding hydrogen future, I think that we can all agree that we are here at a very innovative place. This is a technical university. It brings all the technical minds to implement their drive for technologies to something useful. And Latvians are also quite resourceful and try to find solutions to difficult problems. And one of those challenges is hydrogen here in Latvia. And Latvenergo, together with Riga Airport and Freeport of Riga and Institute of Solid State Physics, and I can't really read, but Clean Energy Cluster, they are trying to find these ideas and best solutions for Latvia. So there is a Hydrogen to Future hackathon happening from 6th to 8th of October, and everyone is welcome, especially those who have a ready solution, to come to see the challenges that Latvenergo Airport and Port has provided, and to basically give your insights. Do you have a ready solution, or do you have something unique in the field of hydrogen that will be needed and can be implemented? Then let's talk about what hydrogen is and where it lives in our everyday life. So there is this curve called hype cycle, and we all hope that hype is generally just a driver for the innovation and not the whole deal, and that we at some point reach a stable process where we can expect only growth in infinity and no fallbacks. And currently I would like to say that if the first innovations about green hydrogen and fuel cell trucks were just a hype, then now, as we see outside, it's a reality. There's been negative press that you need to teach your personnel and not just implement these technologies, that it cannot run without basically growing your knowledge. So there's been also some failures. So some of the companies have become other companies, and it's a good thing that we grow and we understand that everyone cannot be just innovator. You also need to implement. And then we see some of the actually storage technologies coming into out of hype and into hope and productivity. And I think that's also what we see at Latvenergo, that these technologies are today's technologies, not just future's technologies, and they need to be used. So what's the problem previously? Previously, it wasn't a problem. Natural gas was a good resource, and you could have used it. And then we start considering the pollution and emissions and greenhouse gases, and understood that it's not sustainable to simply use natural gas emitting CO2. And that's also represented in policies, and we see that there is a cost for CO2 emission, and basically only way how to avoid it is to produce green hydrogen. And green hydrogen, of course, is electrolysis hydrogen from renewable electricity, not from some sort of fossil source. And it's also been seen with uptake of solar and wind power that when you bring scale, the price goes down. This is also a bit seen, but also expected for green hydrogen, and we see that the production costs, as it still is electrolysis and physics hasn't been cancelled, is a bit hard process to understand first. That you need to use electricity to produce a resource, and then you have to do something with this resource. It still will be cheaper to produce green hydrogen than gray hydrogen or blue hydrogen with the CO2 capture costs. So that's why we see green hydrogen as very important. Then good news for, I think, transportation mainly is this slide. This is also a very scientific slide, and please don't worry if you don't quite catch it on the first try. In the gist of it, the larger is your hydrogen production scale, the cheaper you can produce it, and the more you use it, the cheaper it is to use. And we see that basically the green is the production amount of hydrogen that you can produce, and the more you produce, you can reach the price that would be the one that industry is willing to pay. So the more you create green electrolysis hydrogen, the more you can meet the targets of transportation sector, which one, of course, wants to pay less, but is still the most capable of paying the higher price of implementing the technology. So hydrogen buses and cars and trains is the first ones that can help to set the industry up. And the next ones, of course, with lower need to pay higher prices are the ones that actually produce goods, or for example, steel or fertilizers. You don't want to, let's say, overpay for the hydrogen that goes into fertilizer, because it will increase your final cost of bread. And there's where the scale needs to come in, so that we can produce actually green hydrogen, not only gray hydrogen, and bring the cost of fertilizers down. And then we see that electricity production would be a bit more difficult to get a low price if you do not run electrolyzers continuously. So just peak shaving might be a bit harder business case. And that's what we have seen also, that math for transport currently is difficult but best. And we see that it's really the scale issue, as already presented today. Private cars are simply less. If there are just a couple of taxis, it's not enough. If there is heavy and public transport, then the case is good for the producer and the user. And also, as we will see later, I think there's a couple of good other solutions for this problem. What is good and interesting for Latvenergo is that we see these hydrogen valleys as an important thing for Latvia, and we very much want to know who are the ones that want to be in these hydrogen valleys, who are planning to use the hydrogen currently, and how soon we will have this hydrogen pipeline, and do we need to have our own smaller pipelines besides the hydrogen backbone that is going to come. As Ivars said, Lithuania and Estonia has a national strategy. We hope that Latvia will have some hydrogen strategy soon, and we hope that it will come together with the industry needs. So basically, if you are on any of these pictures, in transport, in steel, in fertilizer, in fuels, in feedstock for fuels, or if you are in need of high industry heat, then we can work together to create a valley that would actually get funded, and that would use hydrogen usefully, not just because it's hydrogen, because there are good innovations in all fields, in efficiency and in innovations, but we need to use hydrogen as it is a renewable energy carrier, and it is without emissions. So thank you for your attention, and come talk to me.
Thanks, Peter. Don't run away, because I have a question, because it's nice to talk about hydrogen.
Yeah.
We all love that. Can you say that Latvenergo have plans to be player in the hydrogen field?
Yes, definitely. But these are plans that are currently still being formed. So there is space to grow.
So that's good news. Maybe I think the point what I would like to highlight. So Riga Airport can rely on Latvenergo as possible supplier of green hydrogen. Am I right?
yes, and the bigger the scale, the better.
So, okay, later we will touch this ground because this is the importance that if we do not have such kind of backbone with biggest energy provider in the region who have a biggest green energy today running facilities, if we cannot rely on you as a renewable energy supplier, then we don't have a chance. Therefore, that would be maybe the later point for discussions also. But most important, I think, for us as let's say, as association and also for industry play, that we can rely that Latvenergo is willing and able to be part of this acquisition, that we can deliver zero-emission solutions for Jelgavas autobus parks, ZAO, Airport Riga, so to speak, anyone who would be interested.
Yeah,
to
anyone
create.
who's willing to work together on green hydrogen is welcome to contact. And yeah, there's no limit for this.
Excellent. So with that, we are just 5 minutes left over. I would maybe encourage you with those thoughts, because there is a couple of questions what I would like to put later on, because after a coffee break we will have 2 dedicated sessions. There will be energy dedicated and transportation, and I will split the questions with my colleague that we can address them directly in panel discussion, because today I think it's too short time. I would like to therefore encourage you to use the chance to speak with the speakers who are here, with the industry players, just to start using momentum that solutions are there, opportunities are there. Basically, there was also a question, what need to be done to introduce hydrogen project? So, therefore, I think Luca had a very good presentation when he drew out this mapping. So, first of all, we should have a concept, then conceptualize the partnership, do the preliminary steps to do some calculations, get assurance of the partnership, then financial part secured, and then we can go for it. So anyway, thanks a lot for being patient to listen first session. Therefore, I'm inviting everyone for coffee break, and see you after coffee break. Thanks a lot. One remark, mobility will remain in this so therefore those who would like to listen. Yep.
The Baltic States, 175,000 square kilometers, where experience meets innovation and opportunities arise. Since 1939, Latvenergo has been at the center of Baltic energy needs, the leading generator and supplier of green energy. 1/5 of households in the Baltic States are our clients. Latvenergo has been a part of the Baltic States for several generations. It is clear from the 5 dimensions of social responsibility that people see us as more than just an energy company. The retail brand of Latvenergo, Electrum, represents sustainable ideas that are transformed into products and services for nearly 800,000 clients throughout the Baltic States. How do we manage to do this? By generating green energy, by delivering energy safely and efficiently, and above all, by being a responsible market leader. We are driven by the development of the energy industry, and we stand together with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, we are determined to increase Latvia's independence from imported energy sources and double our generation capacity for renewable sources by 2030. Our goal is to ensure that by 2050, we generate fully climate-neutral energy in support of Latvia's sustainability. Our promise for the near-term future. We will modernize our power supply grid and develop green technologies to promote the country's energy independence. The future rests with electric motors, so we are developing electric mobility and its support infrastructure throughout the Baltic states. The gratitude we receive proves stable long-term relations with our investors. All the praise we get is demonstrated by facts. Latvenergo is the first capital company in Eastern Europe and one with an investment credit rating to issue green bonds. Latvenergo is built on firm foundations, with 4 hydropower plants and 2 combined heat and power plants. This already ensures that 2/3 of the energy that is generated in Latvia comes from renewable sources. By 2030, this will be supplemented with solar and wind power plants with a total capacity of 2,300 megawatts. Our future depends on challenging yet achievable goals and careful management. We are a key part of the energy system of the Baltic states, and we confirm this with our daily promise to energize the growth of society. Join us on our path towards the future development of energy. The Baltic states, 175,000 square kilometers, where experience meets innovation.
Now mic is not working, now it's working. So nice to see you all back. First of all, let me introduce, my name is Dzirds Greškalns. I'm board member of Latvian Hydrogen Association. And the guys who have arrived to this room are the ones which are interested in mobility. This is a session on mobility, Latvian perspective. We are having really very good speakers. And the aim of the session are to speak about the policy cornerstones necessary for successful developments of hydrogen mobility projects. What are the strategies that companies could use in deployment of hydrogen projects? And we are having Katana Bus representatives, we are having Messrs, which will most probably will introduce their completely new, unique concepts, which they are bringing to the market in response to the interest from public transport operators in the region. And then we are also looking to speak what will be the drivers to start using hydrogen as an energy source. And we will be joined by the speaker from Riga Airport as well as from ZAO, which are participating together with us in a project which is happening right now in Vidzeme and in Tartu in Estonia. And recently announced airports project where Riga Airport is together with Hamburg Airport and Groningen Airport. But without further ado, we have one first speaker, which will unfortunately were not able to arrive during his occasions, but he's the one which is speaking about the money. He's speaking about from the European Investment Bank point of view, about their mobility funds and support for mobility investment. Is Neil, do you hear me?
I do, thank you very much.
Yes, nice meeting you. Unfortunately not in person, but online. And you are the first speaker to speak about most important funding availabilities for the introduction of mobility projects. And European Investment Bank has already been part of a number of them and are looking to announce sort of new packages or new opportunities. So the floor is yours, Neil.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person. I'm very fond of Latvia, and have indeed spent some nice time on holiday in the country. So it was a shame that my schedule didn't allow it. I sent through a pack of slides to Ivers. I don't know whether he's managed to load them into the system or not. I don't mind speaking without slides, but it might be easier for your participants. While you have a look at that, maybe if
Neil, sorry, can you share your screen?
I can try. That's obviously a piece of technology manipulation, which I will.
The thing is, as unfortunately you are not present, slides are here while you are far away. So maybe if you could share your screen with your slides, it would be helpful as the technology allows it.
Okay, let me try that. So let me put that onto, and then share screen. Okay.
While Neil is looking and sharing his screen, he sent in that he'll be giving a brief overview about alternative fuel investment facility, which EIB is providing, and some fact sheets of previous experience.
Okay, this is very annoying. I can't. Okay, I can't. I don't seem to be able to do this. I don't quite understand why. Listen, I can talk anyway, and you can distribute the slides afterwards.
Okay, let's do so.
So listen, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take 2 minutes just to introduce the European Investment Bank. there is some awareness of EIB in Latvia through our support, for instance, to the hydrogen buses in Riga. But we're obviously much bigger than that, and I wanted just to give you some background. So we're the EU's bank. We're owned by the member states, including Latvia, of the EU. All of them have shares. Shares are in accordance with their GDP. So Latvia has a smaller share, whereas countries like Germany and Spain, Poland have a bigger share. We have a focus on infrastructure, and in recent years we've had a drive to become the climate bank, and we're basically trying to make sure that all of our projects are Paris aligned, and that at least half of our projects work towards climate action and environmental sustainability. So this has been quite a revolution in our focus, and it's required quite a lot of work with you, our project promoters, to help you to understand what we actively want to support. The good news is that zero emission mobility is one of the areas that we are interested in. So let me just. Right. So I think the other important thing to say is that unlike a commercial bank, as we are public, our board of investors first asks the question, why are you doing the project? What is the interest? How does it support European objectives? And how does it make sense? Is it technically a good project? And is it contributing to the economy? And then finally, is it financially viable? We do a lot of work with the public sector, but we also work with the commercial sector. So as long as you have a project that is eligible as a project promoter, you can come to the bank and ask for a loan. Knowing that we are basically focused on medium to large projects, and when we say medium size, we're talking about projects sort of 50 million euros and beyond. We have other mechanisms to support small projects, and in those cases we work with partner institutions like your National Promotional Bank or some of your commercial banks, where we give them an envelope of money which they use to support small businesses or investments in specific sectors. So we have a range of tools to help you. So what does all this mean? Well, this means that the bank is interested in your project. We will ask you interesting questions. Sometimes they're difficult, sometimes they're pointed. And only after we're comfortable that a project is the right sort of project do we start to worry about the creditworthiness of the borrower. I mean, clearly, we don't want to work with people who are hopeless, but our first interest is in the project, which is obviously very different from working with a commercial bank. So why do people put up with this? Why, as a project promoter, you've got lots to do. Well, the answer, of course, is that we offer advantageous interest rates. Because of our size, because of our AAA ratings, which means we're amongst the best credit risks in the market, we're able to offer cheap money, and we're also able to offer long-term money. The other thing is that we're a very stable partner. We don't take you to the bankruptcy courts if you run into problems. We sit down with you and we try and work through your problems and make the project a success. Because if you come back to what we're interested in, we're interested in the investment in the project and its impact on the economy and fulfilling the objectives both of the country and of the European Union. So we have a very supportive attitude towards our borrowers. So what I wanted to talk to you about today, because I think this is probably the thing that's most interesting in the context of the focus of your seminar, which is obviously about hydrogen and in this particular case, hydrogen-powered mobility, is as the Master of Ceremonies said, this is about the Alternative Fuels Investment Facility. So one of the things that EIB does is it works with the European Commission. We have strong links with DG Move, and DG Move, as you know, has a reasonable amount of money at its disposal to support mobility. One of the things that DG Move has chosen to do with its grant money, which traditionally would have been used by the member states to finance rail or road investments, maybe some ports, maybe some airports, is to take quite a decent chunk of that money and devote it to alternative fuels implementation. So they have a facility which is known as the Alternative Fuels Investment Facility. If you don't know about it, there's lots of information on the European Commission's website. And it is for the period, excuse me while I slip into some EU speak. So the Commission thinks in 7-year funding cycles. So they have what they call an MFF, a multi-annual financing framework, which is a 7-year budget. And this is the big fight that happens every 7 years amongst the member states, is how much money will the Commission get? So out of that, the money that the DG Move got under that budget settlement is split into two portions. So the first half finishes this year, and in the first part of this budgetary period, the Commission had just over 1.5 billion euros available for investment in alternative fuel infrastructure. Now, in particular, and this is what should be of interest to you, is that they had money available for hydrogen refueling stations for light vehicles and heavy vehicles, for public transport, for maritime purposes, and for railways. So if you had a project with any of those characteristics, you could apply to the Commission for grant. Now, this facility has a peculiarity, and that is it is a blending facility. Now, this is the Commission's new focus on being complementary to financing rather than to basically just handing out grant regardless of how financing is being done. So what the Commission want to see is they want to see that there is a borrowing need, and then they will accompany you. So by giving you grant alongside the financing that you're taking, they will make the project less expensive to you as a promoter. Now, you can go to basically any bank you want, but there are a number of what the Commission term implementing partners, and these include people like ourselves, EBRD, which is another of the multilateral development banks, and the national promotional banks. So, the Latvian National Promotional Bank will be aware of this. I'm not sure whether or not they're an implementing partner, but they would be eligible to be an implementing partner. Or you can go to a commercial bank and borrow money. And at that point, you can then apply for money under AFIF. So, as I say, the first half of this budgetary period is coming to a close. The Commission is getting ready to make an announcement about the second half and how much money they still have available and how they're going to use it. But the mechanism will be familiar to those of you who've dealt with the Commission before. You have to submit an application to what they term a call for proposals. These proposals happen once, twice a year, and there's a rolling budget of money available for support to eligible projects. So you have to organize yourselves to submit to these calls for proposals. If you're working with an implementing partner like EIB, clearly we would help you in that process. You need to provide some evidence of financing to qualify under this blending concept. And you obviously need to fill in their form and explain why the project is eligible. So again, for those of you used to tapping into European funding, this will feel like quite an understandable process, quite a familiar process. The other thing that we're waiting to hear about, and the Commission hasn't gone public on any of this, and there are various rumours kicking around, but one of the things that we have heard is that they're going to extend the eligibility under hydrogen, possibly to vehicles, knowing that there were no vehicles included in the first half of the programming period. So up till now, buses, for instance, haven't been eligible for grant support. We are hopeful on your behalf as hydrogen promoters that they're going to extend this eligibility. And I think this brings me to sort of a few words of reflection from the bank about hydrogen. So we're very interested in hydrogen, but we're technology neutral. We don't support one technology over another, but what we're looking for is that it makes sense in the context of your project and of your investment. So how is it that hydrogen fulfills your needs? Does it do it in an economically viable way? Is it sustainably zero emission? And that's important because obviously you run buses for 10, 15 years. So you want to know that the hydrogen is truly zero emission. So there are a number of questions to ask. So the use case in public transport terms then becomes important because at the moment, my perception, and it is only my perception, is that the deployment of hydrogen buses is running behind battery electric buses, and that hydrogen buses remain significantly more expensive than battery electric buses. So this gives you a comparator when you're thinking about your projects is, how is it that my hydrogen bus is doing something for me that battery electric can't? And is it doing it at a similar cost? So these are the sorts of questions that we would be looking for you to answer. Clearly, we know that there are lots of other potential applications of hydrogen, and I was listening to one of your colleagues or one of the presenters earlier talking about the hydrogen valley concepts and the multiple different uses that they see for hydrogen. And clearly, mobility is only one of those uses. So that's the other sort of side of this, is that there is a hydrogen ecosphere that is being created. And so the question, of course, is, is your use as mobility providers of scarce hydrogen at the end of the day? I mean, it will be scarce. It has to be created. It's a fuel carrier, not a fuel in its own right. Is that a priority? And are you willing to pay for it? And is it economically and financially viable? So there are quite a lot of questions still to answer for specific use cases. But clearly, as I said at the start, we've already financed some hydrogen buses, and we will continue to do so when it makes sense. But clearly, we're looking for you to make the case for hydrogen mobility. So that kind of winds up what I wanted to cover with you. I've provided all of my contact details to the organisers, and they'll no doubt make that available if you want to get in touch with EIB. Alternatively, go onto our public website. There's a contact form. You can come in, if you like, through our official front door. if you have questions about the use, my responsibility, by the way, is for urban mobility, which I should have probably explained to you a little bit earlier, but that's my main focus, my main responsibility here at the bank. So if you have questions about the use of hydrogen for urban mobility, then by all means send me an email, get in touch. But I think I'll leave it there unless there are any questions that you would like me to answer now. So I'll hand back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for your insight about the support from European Investment Bank. Using the opportunity, I have one question. I do understand that in difference from commercial assistance for project development, because in order to apply, you have to put a lot of efforts into making consortium, doing your homework, doing some technical economic analysis about the use cases, and only that, maybe even first pilot, and only after the commercial deployment of particular solutions.
Thank you. Those are both interesting and good questions. Maybe I just start with who we're willing to finance, to fund. Basically, I think anybody who has a sensible project that is eligible can come to us for a loan. Now, that can be a single company, that can be a public authority, that can be joint ventures, that can be consortia, that can be all, as long as we are able to demonstrate that you are a credit-worthy partner and that you have an eligible project, then we will talk to you about giving you a loan. So, I mean, I think that's pretty wide. It kind of covers most kinds of project promoters that I'm aware of. Regarding advisory support, we have quite an extensive advisory. I think in Central and Eastern Europe, the JASPERS program is quite well known. So JASPERS is a joint program with the Commission to support managing authorities in different sectors bring through projects for the structural and cohesion funds. Basically, that's the DG Regio money. And there we've done a lot of work on electromobility, alternative fuels deployment, and we've been doing that at a member state level, and that has, of course, generated projects. We also have what's known as the advisory hub, and again, you can find details of this on our public website, but you can approach the bank for support for your project, advisory support. So if you have a project that needs that needs technical assistance, there's something that you're struggling with, and you would like some additional help, then the bank will help you define the problem, recruit some specialist consultancy support to give you some advice, and then help you work through those conclusions. So that's also available. So there is quite a lot that can be done to support you if you have a good project.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. It was really useful. I hope you will be able to stay a bit more, but now we need to move forward with the program. Thank you once more.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
So, and now I'll give floor to Francisco de Magellan from International Sales Manager from Caetano Bus, whose bus is standing outside the Riga Technical University for everyone to look around, and who is the main supporter for also the whole roadshow which takes place in Central and Eastern European countries. Francisco, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time being here. It's a pleasure to be here in Riga, presenting this bus and presenting this new technology. This morning we have heard about taking a risk. It's more than taking a risk, it's taking the challenge to be one of the pioneering companies on developing, together with Toyota, the fuel cell solutions. I will show you, I will show you the relation between Toyota and Caetano. It's one of the oldest commercial and technical alliances in Europe for many years now. And like I was mentioning, more than the challenge, more than the risk, there is the challenge. And like our founder used to say, today as before, our focus remains on the future. And this is our perspective of business, looking towards the future. So, giving you a perspective about who is Caetano, it's one of the oldest companies in Europe, bus manufacturer. We have more than 75 years of operation and production. And since 2010, we became a zero-emission OEM. When we mention about being a zero-emission OEM, this is quite interesting because we come from a traditional bodybuilder to what is now today a zero-emission OEM based on electrical battery buses and fuel cell buses. A little bit to understand the relation between Toyota and Caetano. Caetano nowadays is one of the main shareholders, Toyota. And clearly, this is one of the main focus on the alliance between Toyota and Caetano, the development of the fuel cell technology and the development of the fuel cell mobility on buses. As you can see here, we have two brands. We have the airside brand, the Cobus, which is the apron buses, the airport buses operation. We have, let's say, the main market share of this type of technology. And then we have the landside buses, which are the buses branded as Caetano, and they are operating in on every city in this world. A little bit of our history, which I will basically leave it to later on to be shared, but giving you a perspective, this was basically a kind of innovation roadmap. Caetano is known in the market as one of the most proactive and innovative companies in the bus industry. We have introduced new technologies, new solutions, new way of approaching the transport systems in a very innovative way. And here it starts our electrical journey. Like I have mentioned, in 2010, we have made not the first iteration. The first iteration was done 40 years ago when we've developed the trolley buses. But more recently, in 2010, already with the Caetano chassis, we have built the first EV battery bus. Later on, as you can see, 3 years later, we were already introducing the first electrical airport bus, Cobus. And in 2016, we have launched the first city bus, low-floor bus in the market on batteries. And more recently, in 2019, we have launched the fuel cell bus, a joint development with Toyota. And this was basically the milestone, one of the milestones of the new generation developments on zero emissions. Like I was mentioning, thankful to these proactive actions, in 2021, Toyota and Caetano decided to co-brand the buses that are produced by Caetano on zero emission. This is somehow, it's the recognition of Toyota for the capacity of Caetano. On the other hand, the huge responsibility to carry such a strong image badge at the front of a bus. This is a commitment, a full commitment on the zero-emission developments that we are doing, and at the same time, together with Toyota, a solution to ramp up all the hydrogen mobility solutions in Europe and the rest of the world. To give you a little bit about information about our electrical mobility presence, as you see in the map, we are strongly present in Europe. We have strong operation of zero-emission airport buses in North America. We are having also airport electrical buses in China. And then we have cooperation with other companies in Latin America and also in Australia, where we are supporting local companies to develop their own zero-emission solutions based on our chassis. Looking to the hydrogen fuel cell buses, we have more than 115 units already running. And this slide is already outdated. As you can see here, the main market is Germany, followed by Spain, and also France, Portugal naturally, and as you can see, we also have buses in Saudi Arabia and Australia already. This is a normal consequence of the movement of the zero-emission technology, what we are having now, and clearly we expect critically this approach to expand and the numbers to expand significantly. And one of the reasons why we are here today is because this region of Europe is strongly focused on hydrogen, and it's one of the way outs for the challenges of decarbonization. This region is known by having very extreme winters or very cold winters and some not too hot, but some special summers with some rain, of course. But when we think about zero-emission operation, we have to bear in mind that the climate systems play a very important role on the consumption of these buses. This is giving you a perspective of all the zero-emission buses that we have already running everywhere in the world. And the fuel cell bus, the bus you have outside that you can see and check. We are talking about the fuel cell bus that, with a lot of honor and pleasure, was being tested yesterday at Riga Airport. It's important for Riga Airport to have this test done, especially because we will have soon hydrogen cobus also. And at the same time, you can collect information that is important to define the best strategy of mobility inside the airport. When we think about the airports, normally we think about handling equipment, ground equipment, and of course buses to shuttle people from terminals to the planes and planes to the terminals. If we think about one solution isolated, probably the numbers do not close. But if we think about having a hub at an airport, including other equipments that can be powered on hydrogen, like electrical generators, that can be a very strong solution for airport hubs. If we think about this bus outside, you see that this bus has a minimum range of 450 kilometers. And I'm saying this like if it was -10 outside and it was snowing, and the people are being transported on a heated bus. This bus can in fact reach mileages around nearly 600 kilometers, has 37.5 kilos of hydrogen stored in the tanks at a pressure of 350 bar, and have a 3-pack battery, LTO batteries of 44 kilowatt-hour batteries on the roof. Of course, everything, all the energy is generated by an FC stack from Toyota with 60 kilowatt power stack. And one of the main differences when comparing with a battery bus is the refilling time, less than 10 minutes. This is important to think about this because hydrogen will play an important role also on intercity coaches. If we think what is nowadays an operation, and many people ask me this, will hydrogen replace batteries, or what will be the role of hydrogen when comparison with batteries? Clearly, hydrogen will complement strongly the battery operations, and in fact, both technologies are electrical buses. Okay? The main difference is that when we think about a long-range operation, like say intercity coach, Riga, Vilnius, I don't know, Lodz, Gdynia in Poland, long-range operations with more than 600, 900 kilometers. Can you imagine a passenger being driven on a coach and waiting 4 hours for the coach to be recharged until he can go back to the road? Doesn't happen. Clearly, that's one of the main roles of the hydrogen. If we think about 18-meter buses articulated, you can do it on battery buses, but the range will not be higher than 200, 250 kilometers. Also, considering springtime and wintertime, the consumption due to the heating systems or cooling system can be so significant that the range can be reduced to half of it. This is also an explanation how it works and gives you a perspective about the consumption of these vehicles. The chemical energy of the hydrogen stored in tanks is basically converted to or transformed into electrical energy by the stock, and the energy provided and produced will be managed by a power module. This power module will decide if the energy created will be spent on the movement of the bus, and the excess energy that is not spent goes to a batteries. So the batteries play a role as a buffer for the energy that is not spent and the energy that is regenerated by the braking and the acceleration system. This will allow all the time to have a most efficient usage of the consumption of hydrogen. So it doesn't mean that the stack is producing energy all the time, and it does not mean, for example, that we cannot save hydrogen by preparing the bus in the early day for the trip by plugging it on a CCS2 plug, and it will basically try to save energy by heating the systems and heating the bus without spending the hydrogen stored. This is one of the biggest interest points of these buses. As you see, all the fuel cell system is fitted on the roof. There is a complete separation of the fuel cell system and high voltage system between passengers and the technological part, for safety reasons and also for comfort of passengers. So a bus is to be used by the passengers, not by the batteries or the stack or hydrogen tanks. So the space available inside the PEX compartment is fully to be used by the passengers, and one of the most important features nowadays for the operators is passenger flow inside the bus. You can imagine, and you have this experience on the airports, for example, and I'm not mentioning Cobus or Caetano, I'm mentioning a bus. Normally, people stay in front of the doors. They have empty spaces in between, but they do not move from there because they want to be the first out to come out the bus. They want to be the first ones to get to the terminal. One of the most important features is that, for example, when you have a two-door bus, people tend to stay in the first half of the bus, even if they have free seats at the rear. And this is the mindset of people thinking, do I have time to reach the exit until the doors close and the bus leave and I lose my slot, like using an expression of airport. Clearly, we have to understand that flow of passengers inside of the bus is one of the most important features. That's why the Cobus have 6 doors and the bus we have outside has 3 doors. Another important feature is that the current that flows through the batteries with cold temperatures completely drop. And this is an important effect because or it's liquid cooled batteries and we spend a lot of energy just waking up batteries, or we have hydrogen buses that you don't feel this effect so much because you have a comfort zone of extreme operation temperatures from minus 40 degrees up to 55 degrees. Honestly speaking, I've never seen an electrical battery bus surviving in Dubai, for example. Basically because everything is spent by the air conditioning. In these countries, you buy an air conditioning with a bus, not a bus with an air conditioning, for example. In north of Europe, you buy a heating system with a bus, not the bus with a heating system. The most important feature is the comfort, the thermal comfort of the passengers. And these are the most contributors for the consumption of energy on these buses. So when you see why our buses, and I will show you afterwards, have such a low consumption is exactly because of the diagram I have shown you before. All the systems are integrated and the development is done in a way that is efficient all the time. This data is from previous Jive roadshow. You'll see the difference, and I really insisted to put this slide for one reason. This was done between December, if I'm not wrong, right, Andreas? November, December, January, right? And you see the data in Slovakia, in Croatia, Zagreb, and Hungary. An important detail, in Croatia, we did something really radical. We climbed with a bus a peak in Zagreb that you start with quite nice weather and you reach the top with snow everywhere. And it was done on full throttle. Even though with that extreme test, the consumption was 8.65 kilos per 100 kilometer. Some people will say that's a good consumption. For me, it's already taking too much, honestly speaking. If we look to Slovakia, some extreme test also was done, 9.6 kilos per 100 kilometer. And then Hungary, the values already came to normal values of 6.36 kilos per 100 kilometer. And then comes the second roadshow. Some of this data is with a few days. The bus before coming here was in Kaunas, Vilnius, and Gdynia in Poland. And it was yesterday in Riga, which I will share later on the data, not today. I have shown this already to the management of Riga Airport. But for example, in Gdynia, the consumption was 4.87. And clearly, it was a quite short distance driven. So the biggest distance driven, the lower consumption you will get. And one of the explanations was the weather. The climate conditions for operate the bus was quite good. And clearly the consumption dropped exactly because the cooling system was not all the time being powered on. Just going back a little bit, as you see, you have the energy used and the regenerated energy that was done on this bus. Gdynia, in the end of the day, they have consumed something like 6.5 kilos of hydrogen. They drove 125.4 kilos in total and an average of 5.16 kilos per 100 kilometers. These are the kind of graphics that we normally provide to Jive and also that it's matching the requirements. Kaunas, as you see, the same level, 4.22 on the 9th of September. On the 10th, it was 4.2 again, 22 again. And in overall, there was already with some dead mileage done, it was a little bit higher for 24. And as you can see, the distance was already, let's say, a combined system from what is known today as a normal operation. The data about Vilnius, as you see, the speeds are normally city bus operation average speeds, and the consumption was 4.57. So the numbers are somehow quite consistent, and this gives you a perspective about this operation. And before going to the next introduction, this is the challenge. Zero emission brought, and I will not speak much about it because Mr. Noki will have his stage also. New technology has brought a new challenge. Nobody's buying any more a bus. Nobody's buying any more chassis from the brand A with the body from the brand C and get the diesel from the normal fuel supplier. The main challenge for the operators nowadays is to combine things that before were quite easy, and then they need to close the account. When we think about all of this, you think this is something new. When a bus operator goes for a tender to operate a certain route, he offers a price per kilometer to operate the route. And what we are offering with one-stop shop solution is a price per kilometer. So you will know immediately what kind of money he's working on. And this is really important. If you think about the big discussion, fuel cell or battery buses, let's think about another thing. Each line of a bus operation in one city, before it was around 200 kilometers a day. The problem is that it's becoming more and more expensive to live in the city centers. Some of the people cannot even afford. We have apartments in city center of Porto being sold by 500,000 euros. People can't afford unless they are huge investors. So what's happening? People are moving to the suburbs. Not just for the quiet way of living, but for the cost. So the same line with 200 kilometers, now it's 350. You see what is the operation of CRTM in Madrid, for example. Minimum range line is 350 kilometers. Can you ask a driver to operate 350 kilometers on the batteries and make sure that he's driving in a very comfortable way? He's all the time thinking, do I have enough energy to reach the end of the line? With a fuel cell, this gives him the comfort he needs to drive. Clearly, this is one of the challenges that operators are facing and one of the main decisions that cities are facing. When we think about the costs and the investments, of course, new technologies are more expensive. Yes, they are. But if we put on the battery buses, for example, the OPEX of replacing the batteries after 7 years into the CAPEX of selling the bus, the price of an hydrogen bus will be quite close to a battery bus, to not say less expensive in some cases. And there is another item I would like to approach. More than 460 kilowatt hour of stored batteries on a bus, you will not get a higher range because the batteries have a strong weight and the consumption will be higher just because of the weight of the batteries. It's not because you have 560 kilowatt hour batteries on the bus that you'll get longer range, because the bus itself will consume that extra stored energy. And this is not anymore only a chicken and egg issue, but it's already an overall account called, that we normally consider as TCO. If we think about all this, and if we think about the filling stations, you can say, yes, but where do I refill my buses? This is simple. If we offer a complete solution, everything will come with a pack, and there is an important thing. If we focused on green hydrogen, the price is really stable. And it will be a dynamic process to follow up the evolution of prices. Of course, the fuel cell buses also will have a reduction on price due to the scale up, but clearly the more buses we'll have, the more efficient will be the process. Like Ivars was explaining, and I will jump this, otherwise Mr. Noki will be a little bit saying that I'm taking his stage. But, sorry. too fast. Can we just go back, please, to the previous slides? Well, anyway, so if we move forward with this solution, we have to bear in mind that clearly fuel cell will not replace the battery solutions. But if we really want to have a complete fully decarbonization, we really need the fuel cell as one of the main important roles, and probably more than the battery buses. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francisco, for your presentation. I believe it was very informative, and you have, I think, one slide back. That was the one which you were expecting, yeah?
It's a slide with delay. So clearly, as you can see here, this is the next developments we have in pipeline. So by 2026, probably much before that, we'll have already the fuel cell coach. We have announced the cooperation and partnership now in Busworld, and we expect by the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, to have first prototype developed and already on testing. This is important, especially for Caetano, because one of the main customers of Caetano are the long-range operators like National Express, and we need to provide them with a solution that can be reliable and they can trust to operate on zero-emission their coaches, which, by the way, it's a few millions every 2-3 years.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. Just one quick question. Is there a minimum amount of buses to apply for the one-stop shop solution?
Well, Andreas will be able to provide that more information, but we are aiming for 20 units minimum. Clearly, you don't make any base of comparison with one bus on the road. You are buying the hydrogen on a special price, which will be very high. You do not have a level of comparison. When you have 20 buses or more, in that case, yes, you have a scale that allows you to get the needed numbers to compare technologies.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. We do still have 2 presentations. We're slightly behind, but hopefully we will catch up. I'm inviting to the stage Andreas Nocchi, Project Manager, Hydrogen Filling Stations, Messer Group. Andy, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ritz, for the introduction, and many thanks for Latvian Hydrogen Association to have us here to present our, let's say, approach, how we can support fleet operators towards zero-emission operation. Okay, first of all, a few words about Messer. So we are the biggest industrial gas specialist that is run by a family in the world. So we produce, our core business is to produce air gases, so nitrogen, oxygen, CO2. That is our basis. But we also provide every kind of other gas, specialty gases for welding, for the medical sector, and of course also hydrogen. And yeah, we have customers all over the industry, so there's nearly no product or no industry does not use industrial gases for the process they are operating. So we are quite in every sector that you can imagine. And we are very proud to celebrate now the 125th anniversary of Messer. So now it's the 4th generation of the family running this business. And as you can see, we are active in most parts of the world. So for sure in Europe with a headquarter in Germany next to Frankfurt, but also in the US, in Southern America, as well in Asia. Okay, to our history. Back in the 80s, we were already thinking about hydrogen in mobility. So we had a project together with BMW. BMW was developing a hydrogen combustion engine at this time, and they were requesting us to do the fuel tank at the vehicle. That was based on liquid nitrogen, so it has to be cooled. But yeah, unfortunately, the development with BMW was cancelled so they now don't have any application, which is quite sad. But anyway, I think we did quite a good job by providing this fuel tank system. But yeah, we were a bit ahead of our time. But what can we do today? How can we support the transition towards hydrogen for fleet operators? So our core business, as I said, is the gas handling and gas production. So the three cornerstones of our core business is then the hydrogen production that can be done either by the, let's say, old-fashioned way of converting natural gas into hydrogen via steam reforming, or now, of course, we want to establish the hydrogen production out of renewables via electrolysis. Second thing, which is equally important to the production, is the logistics, because you can't simply provide a customer at any distance from the production. There needs to be a certain distance to make it economically viable to support the customer with the gases. And last but not least, as you can see outside, we also have the application, which means for us to make the hydrogen usable for the customer, in that case, the refueling station. Let's talk about the hydrogen production. So we are well in the position to establish hydrogen production at large scale. What does that mean? Large scale is electrolyzers, let's say, from 20 megawatts up to 50 megawatts. So this is large-scale production of hydrogen that can be established to support the decarbonization of the industry. When it comes to hydrogen in the mobility sector, for instance, to supply a fleet of buses, then we can also provide smaller-scale hydrogen production units in the range of, let's say, 2 megawatts to 10 megawatts. What is also interesting about the hydrogen production is when you do this via electrolysis, you don't only have hydrogen, but you also have oxygen and excess heat. So we already think about a holistic approach, so to use all the products of the electrolysis, so maybe to feed the heat into a heat network, or if you have a customer for the oxygen nearby, this could also make sense to sell the oxygens, for instance, for water treatment. So this is what we understand with our hydrogen hub. And the services that comes along with this, we do the EPC, so the engineering to design the hydrogen production, and we also do the operation afterwards. So we are looking for a customer needing the hydrogen, and we will build, own, and operate the production just to supply the gases to the customer. Second point, the logistics. In Europe, we are operating a fleet of 200 bar trailers to supply the hydrogen to our customers. To gain more efficiency, we are now transforming our fleet towards 300 bar trailers. And as you can see, we more than double the capacity of a trailer by just raising the pressure level of the transportation. In the USA, we have a strong business based on liquid nitrogen. This is for historical reasons, because the NASA needed big amounts of liquid hydrogen. So there is an infrastructure based on liquid nitrogen that even increases the efficiency of logistics more than the high pressure at 300 bar. So this might be a thing for the future in Europe, also to have big liquefiers that we can even raise the efficiency of the logistics up to 300 bar, up to 3,000 kilograms per trailer. So we have the bus, as Francisco saw, with a really outstanding performance. We have the refueling infrastructure that is shown outside. We have the logistics, and we have the production. But when we look at the sales numbers of battery electric buses compared to fuel cell electric buses, there's still a mismatch. So the battery electric buses, the sales numbers are quite high, and fuel cell buses are, let's say, next to nothing. So why is that? We think it's because there are several hurdles with the bus operators. They have restrictions when they think about hydrogen. They don't know how to design the infrastructure or find someone who does this for them. And also the operations. So no bus operator is eager to operate a refueling system or even hydrogen production based on renewables. Yeah? And of course, they also see very high initial investments. So the buses are more expensive than the battery electric buses. The infrastructure is expensive. The hydrogen fuel itself seems expensive compared to diesel. So they think, no, let's go for electric, because we have someone in our company doing electrics for other purposes, so we can easily establish an infrastructure for battery electric buses. And bus operators don't have the capacity or the experience or expertise to really understand the framework that was set by the EU, how to get green hydrogen, how to make it eligible for funding or for subsidies. Yeah, so all these things are quite difficult for bus operators. So we were thinking of a solution. And the solution is, as Francisco already mentioned, our one-stop shop. So for you as a bus operator, everything starts with the fleet. So you know what you want, what you are expecting from the bus in terms of comfort, in terms of whatsoever, design, color, So you start with a fleet, but to have the fleet based on hydrogen, you need much more. So you need the refueling station, you need maybe an on-site production of hydrogen if the demand exceeds a certain level. You need storage, you need cooling for the refueling, you need quality control. Up front, you will need someone who does the EPC, so the engineering, construction, and procurement. And for sure, you need someone to operate the whole infrastructure because, as I said, it's not very simple. It is a very complex system. But Messe can provide this. And, I forgot this, last but not least, the supply. And I don't only mean the supply of the hydrogen via an on-site production. You always need a really good plan for the backup. Because even if you have an on-site production, you will have downtimes. With an electrolysis, this is approximately 2 weeks a year where the electrolysis is not working because of maintenance, service, etc. Yeah? And for this, you need a really strong backup plan. You need other sources that can complement the supply for the operator. Because our approach, our goal is for the operator, they shouldn't care where the hydrogen is coming from. What they should care about is their driving schedule, bringing people from A to B. To complete now the whole package that you need for the transition towards hydrogen operation is the vehicles themselves. Yeah, and as Caetano is cooperating with Toyota, so they have the vehicles, they have the fuel cell, which is extraordinarily good, as well as the good performance of the bus. That can be included in one package, and that's what we're calling the one-stop shop. Of course, we don't do this alone. As I already mentioned, we have Caetano and Toyota, the very strong partners, but we also have other strategic partners like Maximator or FAST. They are both combined under the Schmidt-Kranz Group, which is also a family-run business in Germany. So Maximator is doing the refueling stations. FAST can provide containerized electrolysis system in a range of 2 to 10 megawatts. So quite sufficient for a fuel cell, for a refueling station in a bus depot. Yeah. For larger scale electrolysis projects, we have a cooperation with Siemens Energy. So when it comes to projects, let's say 20 megawatts or more, then we would work with this partner. And there are several affiliates or things under the Toyota brand, like Toyota Material Handling, providing forklifts based on hydrogen. So this could also be an application that can be included in some kind of one-stop shop model. So let's wrap up this in a nutshell. What does the one-stop shop provide? So we have the vehicles, we have the infrastructure, including the on-site production and the refueling station. We have the hydrogen supply with a strong backup plan. we have EPC, operation, and of course, financing of all of this. And we can provide this, and this is the most important message I want to deliver today. We can provide this as a price per kilometer, which means that not only there are highly predictable costs, but also we take the responsibility that all of this works. Because if you can't drive a bus for whatever reason, the bus has a failure, the refueling thing, whatsoever, you can't drive, you don't pay. Let's talk about the viability of such a one-stop shop approach. Certainly, you have to look at the fleet size. Yeah, as Francisco already mentioned, it doesn't make sense to operate one fuel cell bus because the infrastructure would cost that much that you can't really get a nice price per kilometer. But when the fleet exceeds a certain size, like 20 buses, yeah, then it becomes interesting. Then it depends on several other circumstances, like your operating schedule, refueling windows, etc. The sweet spot, I would say, is 50 buses plus. Yeah, so if you have really a fleet of a size like that, then also economics kicks in compared to battery electric buses. Why is that? Because, as Francisco also mentioned, you can charge a fuel cell bus very quickly, less than 10 minutes. So you can imagine, I need one dispenser to refuel up to 6 buses per hour. With one charging point, I can charge one bus in 5 hours. So within one shift, one charger can charge 2 buses. Yeah, and this is a big, big difference between the operation of a battery electric bus compared to a fuel cell electric bus. So when you think about also the space on your depot, yeah, as I said, for every bus you need a charger. You need only a few dispensers to recharge your whole fleet. So this is quite of interest. And when you now think of the one-stop shop, even the initial investments or the initial costs for the transition are not that high as it is shown on this graph, because this is only the comparison between the buses, not the whole package. And this is also quite new and updated. I haven't shown this at the last stop of the roadshow in Gdynia, but now we have some calculation based on a real project that we are going to realize. And I would like to show you a cost comparison between the one-stop shop costs per kilometer and the costs of a diesel bus per kilometer. So I have calculated several scenarios. So scenario A is based on a take-or-pay amount of hydrogen that provides a range per bus of 55,000 kilometers a year. So you can imagine we need a take-or-pay amount as gas provider to have to calculate the project, to have a business case. So the refueling station, in that case, is able to provide more hydrogen for a longer range. But the take-or-pay amount, discussed with the customer, 55,000 kilometers per year. So what's the difference to scenario B? In scenario B, we just discussed with the operator the refueling timing. So when do you want to refuel your fleet? So in the first case, we said, okay, they want to refuel overnight, one refueling window for 4 hours. Yeah? And by just splitting it into 2 refueling windows, one in the morning, one in the evening, both last 2 hours, we can improve costs because we need less storage on site. Yeah? The capacity of the compressor doesn't need to be that high. So it can be improved just by changing the schedule. Yeah? So this is one thing you should discuss with us, and we can find the optimal solution. Then, when we just raise the take-or-pay amount, so you know your schedule, you know the mileage your buses are going to drive per year. So if you are willing to say, okay, we can take a take-or-pay amount representing the amount of hydrogen needed to cover 70,000 kilometers per year, we already have a price drop of 20%. Yeah? And as I was showing this morning, there are funding schemes available, and there are a lot of them, and they can be combined in a sensible way. And if we do so, we can even reach comparison to the cost of diesel. This is based on a calculation for buses of 50, for a fleet of 50 buses. When you look at 100 buses, you can even gain some economy of scale. So I think the step towards a zero-emission bus fleet operation based on hydrogen is, we are ready to do this. We can do this now. This is not for the future. This is not for something that happens or need to be tested. No, we can start the negotiations with us, and I think we can find the right solution to make this transition happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Really interesting. And we have our final speaker. We heard about financing, we heard about the buses, we heard about infrastructure and hydrogen. And now we'll be listening to Jaanus Tamm from Tartu municipality about the experience and learning curve Tartu is taking to adopt and look and use hydrogen solutions, which we heard earlier in the session. Jaanus, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello everyone. And I'm Jaanus from Tartu City Government, and I will shortly introduce one nice initiative we have in together with our Latvian and Dutch partners, and this initiative name is H2 Value. We truly believe that green hydrogen is future. I mean, not the only future, but green hydrogen have certain part in our future beside of other solutions. And this is why we in the city government also are looking for different technologies, different solutions to achieve our climate targets, to be emission-free and climate neutral as soon as we can. And within this project, we have 9 partners from Latvia, Estonia, and Netherlands. And our aim is to build a cross-border green hydrogen value chain to test and pilot hydrogen production and distribution side. And to understand how hydrogen works and how we can use it in our future solutions. So yeah, there are involved Tartu region from Estonia and the Viitseme region from Latvia. This is like a southern Estonian and northern Latvian common project. You know, at least in Estonia and in Latvia, this hydrogen topic is a very new one. Of course, Latvians are a bit more advanced, and they already have a hydrogen station and applications there. In Estonia, we don't have yet. We see that we both need to have more understanding and more experiences on hydrogen and hydrogen energy solutions to go forward. And within the project, we plan to build up a whole chain, starting from green hydrogen production in Estonia. Hydrogen will be produced via electrolysis from electricity from PV panels. Then we have a hydrogen distribution part. We will have a filling station in Tartu and mobile filling option in Viitseme, and also road transportation solution. And of course, consumption. And all this is is complemented by analysis and then strategic development part. Our timeline is, as you see, we started in the end of 2022, in November, our project. At the moment we are designing our pilots, and we hope very much that we can keep our schedule and start piloting next year. And the end of the project is planned on the end of 2025. We have 2 pilots in Viitseme region. We plan to pilot the refuse truck, and in Tartu fuel cell bus. And we have worked around half of a year, a bit more, and what we see already today, to be honest, it's quite big problems with availability of technology. I mean, small-scale technology, and our pilot is too small for many companies. And when we are talking with electrolyzer producers or filling station producers, quite often they don't talk about such small amounts what we have in mind. And of course, a very important part is prices on technology, which are very high at the moment. And in Estonian case, and I guess in Latvian case, it's the same. It's missing regulations on hydrogen and how to handle hydrogen, how to get building permissions, and so on. So there are many barriers we need to overcome, but I'm quite confident that we will do it. And and of course, unfortunately, we don't have results yet to present today. I hope very much that in the next event we already have something to show you, but we are very eager to have results by ourselves as well. So hopefully next year, somewhere in the second half of next year, we already can present something real and interesting to you. And thank you very much. It was my smart present.
Thank you, Jānis, because you were so fast and you really helped us to catch up a bit timing. I have one question. How did you decide it, and was it took a long time to prepare the documentation for submitting the project application form, as well as do you have some so to say, results in mind you want to achieve, or whether it's like an open book and you will just go with the flow and see how it will end up in order to make next decisions about whether this project is successful or not?
Of course, we have something in mind, and the most important part is to carry out these pilots and to create this whole value chain and to see it working properly. This is our main aim. And of course, thanks to pilots, we want to see different indicators. I mean, especially in terms of energy use and in terms of pricing and costs. And we have, of course, some indicators. But the main aim is to create properly working value chain.
Thank you. And one more question. Whether the one-stop shop Kaithanabus and Messer spoke right now is something you might consider, because I believe right now the project is not constructed in such a way. Right now it's more buying capex and then working on opex, rather than looking as a service what you are looking to have at the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, within this project, we are not considering such a model because we have different partners who are interested to produce hydrogen and to distribute hydrogen and also to use hydrogen. I think these experiences are needed for different parties, but I think in the future, when we already have some basic understanding about hydrogen and hydrogen use, of course, this one-stop shop idea is in the future very good, I think. I totally support this idea, but yeah, this is not the case of our project, but it doesn't mean that this is a bad idea. It's a very good idea, I think.
Okay, thank you, Janus. Well, thank you once more for the presentation and insight. We are having less than 10 minutes till the end of the session and before the lunch break. My proposal would be we do have two speakers invited for the discussion panel. I don't think whether we will have a proper discussion panel, but I would very much invite those people to say their relationships with hydrogen, their project. I know that Martin is a part of the High Value project. We would very much looking to hear your insight or what are your expectations for the project and why did you sign up for this initiative and what are your expected outcomes. And maybe afterwards I'll invite also Normas Fairbergs from Riga Airport to say about their projects which they are having on the table right now and why they have signed up, what their expectations, to give their insight. Because I'm sorry, in 10 minutes we will not have a proper discussion panel with 5 participants. It will just didn't work. So Martin, maybe if I can invite you to say a few words about your project.
Hello everyone, I represent the public waste management company ZOO. We are 100% owned by local municipalities, and why we signed for this H2Value project. Honestly saying, we were quite optimistic in the beginning. We didn't know the details, so we just signed up because we know that Tartu is a nice partners, and now we are in. But seriously, I think everyone who is in any public sector knows there's a lot of policy initiatives regarding the energy efficiency, green energy and emissions reduction. And last week also the EU Parliament make an amendment to the RED directive. I think in 2030 we need to reduce CO2 emissions from transport for 14%, and there will be specific also targets for the heavy transport. So we as a company, if we make energy audit of our all energy consumption, we see the highest energy consumption we have is in transport. Like it's the primary energy we consume is about 75% is diesel transport, diesel which we consume transport, not electricity in our sorting facility or heating, but its main energy source is used for transport. And at the moment we don't see, like our daily trucks are driving about starting from 250 up to 350 kilometers. And they not only drive, they use hydraulics, so it's quite energy intense. And if we are looking to EV trucks, they're not really able to handle this type of conditions for one full day without extra filling. So we need to go for something which can last with one filling at least 300 kilometers, also in winter time. So at the moment it's hydrogen, but of course, as Janus already mentioned, in the given project it's quite small. So we are just will test one track from second half of next year. So it's not easy to. You just can't take the track from the shop shelf. You need to negotiate and pre-order it, and even now diesel truck takes 12 months period to be delivered. So yeah, it's maybe short introduction, but maybe there's some specific questions which I can try to answer.
Yes, thank you, Martin. One quick question is whether you are also considering whether there is an offer in market for a one-stop shop for waste collection trucks, or you have to operate in a conventional mode, like and buying cars in your assets and then operating them?
If you look right now on conventional diesel trucks, you can have both options, like have a truck as a full service, just rental for the kilometer. But currently, most of our trucks we operate, we are buying ourselves, and then we first we invest and then we operate themselves. At the moment in the project, it's allowed only to rent or lease the truck for including the project support finance. So we are discussing with let's say 2 or 3 potential truck delivery companies about how to lease or rent the truck for 18 months. I would say, in general, we would be more interesting on this kind of option by the service, since it's quite new technology and we don't have mechanics and electricians who are kind of capable provide full service. I think in initial phase it would be much convenient to have it as a service.
Thank you, Martin. And now I'll invite Normons to say a few words about Riga Airport. Maybe he has already some results about yesterday's tests and why they are looking to have hydrogen also available in airport.
Hi everyone, thank you Dietz for inviting me. I'm Normons Fairbrooks, board member for Riga International Airport. Answering to your question, I don't have these results yet, but I have seen them because Francesco showed me just in the morning, so therefore I think he can share on the screen as well. Talking about Riga Airport, first of all, what we have sustainability strategy for 2050, as everyone needs to move on this zero emission. Therefore, we have a roadmap how to reduce our emissions. Currently, we have some 3,500 tons of emissions yearly based. And these emissions mainly come from the 3 areas, electricity, transport, and heating. And we have activity plan how to move to zero emission for all these 3 directions. Talking about hydrogen, definitely we all understand that this is not going to be just on moving to electric cars or whatever, because we have also heavy machinery, as I like to call. Those are trucks, snowblower machines, and etc., etc. Those trucks which you do not see often, it's on the air side. And for these heavy machinery, we need definitely something else, like electrical machines or whatever. Therefore, we are really looking for the hydrogen. Riga Airport started many initiatives into that as well. So we just received a positive answer from the Interreg program, where Riga Airport will start within the next 3 years to work on 3 directions: legislation, economical phase, and testing phase of some equipment. One of them will be the small airplane till 8 places, flying around Riga or Riga-Liepāja probably. So another one will be the snowblowing machine, which we will test on hydrogen. So how to make this transition happen? Yeah, we are very open for partners, different kind of partners. I guess the Riga Airport individually will not be capable to finance all the infrastructure themselves. So therefore we are really interested in this TCO as well. We are looking for partners with whom together we can build up this infrastructure. As you know, the Riga Airport has quite a lot land plot, so therefore we are open for those companies which would like to have the infrastructure in Riga, close to Riga Airport. And we are working closely with the association, looking for those partners. We are very open, so that's it in short.
In short, thank you very much, Normans. Do you see like Riga Airport as a sandbox or testing bed where interested operators, not operators, like solution providers or manufacturers can come approach you, and if the plans fits together, you are happy to cooperate and maybe offer for them to test as you to learn, like yesterday with Kaitana boss?
Yeah, definitely. We are this sandbox. We are really open for this cooperation. Only we have one small issue. As aviation is really strictly regulated industry, we have to have at first this legal framework, which we doesn't have yet. So, and one of these, what I mentioned, these directions with Interreg program, I hope within 1 year we could establish the set of the rules for the safety reasons, how we can operate. But definitely we would be glad to have the sandbox, and once the solutions are ready, economically based, approved, we would be into that, definitely.
Thank you, Normans. Now I'll open floor for a couple questions, because we just have reached the time for a lunch break. But still, I would like to invite, if there is any questions from the floor to the participants and presenters, Martin, Normans, Andreas, Francisco, and Janus. So a couple questions, if there is. I'll bring the mic to you. No questions. Everything was so clear, or everyone is looking forward to go for a lunch, because really use the chance. The guys who have come together are really experienced and have knowledge in hydrogen and hydrogen solutions, and can offer some solutions.
Yeah, over today's session we are talking about many dimensions regarding the hydrogen production, transportation, and the hydrogen buses. But still, frankly speaking, what is the current retail price at the bus depot for hydrogen kilogram? Let's say for the most developed hydrogen valleys in Europe.
That's a question for you. Yeah, I think so. The answer is it depends.
Sure.
So it depends on fleet size and on the actual demand of hydrogen. Yeah. So you heard the price of 12 euros per kilogram that were meant by hydrogen delivered over long distances to, let's say, remote application. Yeah. I think we can reach this price and get below that price, including all the infrastructure, hydrogen production, everything that is needed when we are in a hydrogen valley. Yeah?
But you are now mentioning the price of gray hydrogen or the green one?
This will be green hydrogen.
The green hydrogen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what we want to do is, if the business approach of Messer is to identify a lead customer with a certain demand. Yeah. And if the demand justifies an on-site production on the site of application, then we will erect, for instance, an electrolysis, and this will have an overcapacity. So then we can develop merchant markets around this source. Yeah, so we need a lead customer, for instance, a bus depot, yeah, and then we will install a production with an overcapacity, and then sustainably grow with the market and develop the market around this source. Yeah, so there will, if you have the demand and we will erect an electrolysis, then for sure we will buy green electricity to provide green sustainable hydrogen.
Well, 12 euros per kilogram, this is far beyond economical viability.
Yes, but
very far beyond.
But €1.80 per kilometer driven, this is something we can talk about.
Yeah, but anyhow, this euro 18 or 80?
80.
18. 1.8.
Yeah.
Yeah. The huge part of that cost per kilometer comes from hydrogen cost. So it means anyhow, automatically, the hydrogen cost should be very economically competitive. what is the perspective until 2030? Let's say, bring one example, let's say, whatever, 50 buses fleet or per 100 buses fleet or whatsoever, whatever example it comes in your mind. Bring perspective. What would be the cost or the price at the pump 2030? Any ideas?
I mean, this is really hard to predict because this directly is related to the price of the renewables. Yeah. So if we really go fast forward with the renewables, so with the installation of new production facilities like windmills or solar fields, and the price of the renewables will stay, let's say, stable, not influenced by any war or pandemic or whatsoever. Yeah. Then I think in 2030 we can reach prices at the pump for a customer of, let's say, between 8 and 10 euros.
Okay.
I think this is realistic.
Okay.
Yeah. To give you a comparison, in Germany, when you go to a public refueling station, the price is now 13.85 euros, so 13.85 euros. Yeah, but we know for commercial customers this is too much. We know this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the price was 8.75 pounds per kilogram, and it was 3 years ago at the station.
Yeah, and one thing I can mention, we try to, because we don't have a real near source of hydrogen in Latvia, so we were asking other providers. And we got one offer from a provider to provide hydrogen for this refueling for the trial of the bus, and they would like to charge 46 euros per kilogram. Welcome to reality.
Okay, we have a couple of questions sent in, and I believe one is for Francisco. In what real test conditions was the following hydrogen consumption per kilometer determined? In real city traffic conditions or on the highway?
Well, all the tests and data that we are releasing are normally with real test conditions. The buses are being tested on bus lanes, and this is one of the tests. Normally, these buses are not, this is a city bus operation, so the buses are not supposed to be having routes through the highways. The highways have specific characteristics for different buses than these ones, for the coaches, but the tests we have done are, let's say, simulating bus lines that on real operation, in some cases, we put some weight inside the bus exactly to create the information about the passenger's occupancy.
Okay, thank you. There is another question, but I believe I can address it to Janos. What are the steps to initiate and start the hydrogen project?
Good question. I think the first thing is willingness, and you need to have some kind of ambition, and because today what is there? There is financing. Basically, it's possible to apply financing for at least for such pilot projects and so on. There are already some knowledge around us. There are companies who are providing technical solutions. So I think, the first one is a good idea and strong will, because you need a lot of nerves for that.
So it also means that Tartu city had their own hydrogen strategy or goals they want to achieve through using different the routes, or was it was purposely moved towards hydrogen, or it was technology neutral and it somehow happens to happen hydrogen?
We just see that sometimes we need to be like pioneers and forerunners. When 12 years ago, we started in the same way with GNG biomethane, and now with hydrogen, and we are positioning like enablers, and I think it is very important to give opportunities through such pilots to companies, to private sector, to public sector, and And yes, and of course we are also very interested of results and for our decision making for future, and there are several. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Janis, for the question. Is there any other questions you would like while I'm? Okay, yeah.
Just a short question about the particular bus what we have in the yard. What powertrain it has? Bus up hub motors, electric motors, or have it designed?
Well, the bus we have outside is fitted with a traction motor from Siemens with 180 kilowatt power. It's a synchronous motor straight to the axle, and it's 180 kilowatt power. It's a traction motor designed basically for city buses. Naturally, for coaches, the motor is a different one, but for this type of bus, that's the motor we are fitting at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe if I can add, if I do know correctly, that the bus has two standard fuel cell stacks, which is used also on Toyota Mirai.
Yeah, it's one stack. It's one stack, 60 kilowatt power stack that is fitted is from Toyota. It's the same stack as the Mirai, of course with a different architecture and softwares, but it's the same stack with a 60 kilowatt power stack from Toyota.
Okay, is there any questions more from audience? No, okay, let's quickly have a look on what has been sent in. Oh yes, that was one interesting one which I skipped earlier, but maybe I can add that why hydrogen versus why to choose hydrogen versus electricity, which more cheaper and with higher efficiency.
First of all, you need to be sure if you get the power to the place where you need it. So grid availability and the extent of the electricity grid is quite an issue. Yeah, as you can see in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, they switched to battery electric buses, and now they are talking about a grid crisis. Because, I mean, this is megawatts we are talking about that need to be delivered via cables to the bus depot. And that's not that easy. Yeah, so this needs to be taken into account. And then there are, of course, the advantages of a fuel cell electric bus. As Francisco mentioned, when it comes to long routes, when it comes to hilly terrain, when it comes to critical climate conditions, these are all advantages for the fuel cell technology. And as we heard also today, this will not replace battery electric buses, but there will be applications for both technologies. Yeah, when you have a flat route, urban terrain, inner city, 200 kilometers, then you're fine for battery electric buses. But on the other hand, when it comes to a more, let's say, critical application, then the advantages of the fuel cell technology kicks in. So it's not only a question of efficiency and a question of price of electricity. It's a question, what does the bus needs to perform? What is the expectation of the customer? Yeah, and all these things need to be taken into account.
And just to complement, we have to bear in mind one thing. When we have battery fleets, all the investment of the battery charging infrastructure remains with the operator. All the work of civil construction, installation of chargers and everything, and this investment remains with the operator. On fuel cell infrastructure, most of this responsibility can be transferred to the hydrogen supplier. And this is a big, big difference also on the technologies. When we think about every 50 buses or 60 buses maximum, we have an upgrade in the grid and the infrastructure. So if we have a fleet of 150, every 50, 60 buses, we need to upgrade the grid and upgrade the infrastructure in the depot. And this is ongoing milk run process of upgrade and cost for just to update the infrastructure. And then the cost of electricity. the power demand, even if we have peak shaving solutions to reduce the peak demand during the peak times. The infrastructure comes with a cost, and the electricity price comes with a cost also. And this is an important factor to be taken into account.
And another thing is, when you think about the operation, a battery electric bus needs to be charged like 5 hours a day. So to really realize your schedule, you might need more battery electric buses than fuel cell buses. So the higher investment for a fuel cell bus can be easily covered when you think about, okay, when I go for battery electric buses, I need 1.2 times the size of the fleet or 1.3 times the size of the fleet. Also keep that in mind. And I think it's quite interesting that I provide the answers from Caetano and vice versa, you provide the answers from Messer.
That just means that you're really working together to provide one-stop shop, knowing everything about each other's business. We spoke a bit about buses, and we spoke about Tartu experience, and I would like to ask Martin, is there any solutions of waste collector cars available? So we saw about buses operating not everywhere, but in a number of places in Europe. Are those waste collecting trucks also a solution which is available, and where you can look for some kind of previous experience or learnings to take and then adopt them to the Latvian conditions? We spoke about buses, but was waste collectors are also now in the market?
Yes, mainly those who will Google it will find the e-truck, a company in Netherlands, which has provided, I think, waste collection trucks for quite many municipalities in Netherlands and also in Scotland. And then I would say it's a bigger player in Europe, and then is some smaller players which are private, maybe a few trucks. But I know about 2 or 3 companies which are in Europe who provides this specific for the waste collection trucks. But maybe for powertrains, for big long-haul trucks, I know that Hyundai was producing, but I don't know at the moment. I haven't checked it.
Okay, is there any questions you would like to ask panelists? We have extended our session for 15 minutes. I think with a round of applause we can thank presenters and we can thank participants. And just to let you know that there is a lunch break served next door, and we will resume here back in 2:45. 2:45. So thank you once more. And looking forward to see you back after the lunch break.
She's. Yeah. I think even though lunch is still going strong and only the strongest are here, we should maybe try to somewhat start. And yeah, everyone is welcome to to basically talk about innovations and the most innovative. So as we see outside, innovations is bringing mobile refueling stations. As we see inside, we see drones that can fly for hours and use hydrogen, and it all is basically possible because we can produce hydrogen efficiently, or more efficiently than before, through polymer membrane electrolyzers, through more advanced alkaline electrolyzers, but mainly actually through innovation in generating hydrogen efficiently and then using it efficiently. So this session will be about the R&D that is going on currently, and companies in Latvia that are doing the R&D for hydrogen sector. So we will have, if I'm not mistaken, 5 speakers. And the first one is representing the production of hydrogen, which is basically enabling everyone else to do their business. And Raivi, please tell us a little bit about what Nako Technologies does and how can we use your tech, or who uses your tech, and what to do next. Yeah.
Hello. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share our story and the way how Nako helps to support the green hydrogen economy. I'm Raivis, co-founder of Nako Technologies. So, who are we? Nako has been an R&D center for vacuum coating technologies since 2009, and our technology has been developed even before that. At the very early stage, we mostly focused on the automotive industry, where eventually developed a solution that was acquired by a large German parts manufacturer called Schaeffler Group. And while on that journey, we not only developed this state-of-the-art solution, but also developed great knowledge and competence in the area of vacuum coating technologies, material science, and process engineering. Fast forward to 2020, our team's minds were occupied with thoughts on climate change and energy dependence and how we could support or help to address these issues using our technology. We started to research hydrogen field and soon understood how important role we can play here. So we now, as we like to say, empower green hydrogen revolution by developing new materials in the form of nanocoatings for the hydrogen systems, the ones that consume and produce hydrogen, to make them make them available and scalable. Why is that important? This is the fossil-free economy that we all want, where wind and solar energy is used to produce green hydrogen through electrolyzer systems for the industry, households, and transport, making this green energy picture complete. But there are 2 significant problems to realize this vision, and they are both trapped inside electrolyzer that strips hydrogen from water. Corrosion. The process is aggressive and causes corrosion of electrolyzer components, so the system becomes unreliable and requires significant maintenance costs. Also, availability and high cost of catalytic materials like platinum and iridium that are used to increase the efficiency of the system. It accounts for 30% of the system cost. According to, so even though the hydrogen is at its early stage of development, hydrogen industry, the growth projections from the industry and our partners are huge. And here you can see the projection made by Repower EU, where by 2030 they want to reach 140 gigawatts scale electrolyzers in Europe alone. This is huge. The challenge is that, especially for the electrolyzer manufacturers, is how to get the scarce materials such as iridium to support this development, because there are only about 8 to 10 tons iridium mined every year, whereas for 1 gigawatt of electrolysis you need around half a ton. So you can support around 16 to 20 gigawatts of electrolysis per year only. Not to mention that iridium is also required for the other industries. So that's a huge bottleneck that needs to be resolved going further. We have 2 options. We can launch space missions to look for this material elsewhere on the asteroids or other planets, or we can look closer to our homes, find a new material, so maybe substitution to this iridium, for instance. And this is exactly what we do. We develop new materials in a form of nanocoatings using our proprietary coating technology. This provides our clients with superior coating quality and high productivity. We're up to 10 times faster than other coating technologies with increased protection against corrosion and reduced component cost up to 50% by reducing noble material loading. It's just an informative slide where you can see the difference between our coating and the alternative technologies. We are able to create very dense and homogeneous layers that a barrier for hydrogen to make it very difficult to get through and lead to corrosion. We also can reduce the loading up to 10%, up to 10 times, reducing including the catalytic materials. And here is the one particular acceleration project that we did with one of the largest material suppliers for the hydrogen industry, with a German company called Heraeus, where we were able to reduce the platinum loading on one of the key electrolyzer components 40 times, in maintaining the efficiency comparing to commercially available coated component. So this is huge advancement that we are able to offer to the industry that is needed for the ramp up of this technology and the industry overall. This huge difference we are able to achieve with our knowledge in material science, coating technologies, and special equipment. We have 2 patent applications already that pertain to special material and fast-speed coating process, and on the way is also our new patent application for catalytic material. Comparing currently the most popular coatings in the hydrogen industry, we see our CVD, some of the popular are CVD or chemical coatings. They are cheap, but the quality is not good enough for hydrogen applications. Alternative nano coatings are better than chemical ones, but still lack in quality and are more expensive than aqua solutions. So we mainly compete with against. We can put a high quality coating, and thanks to our system, high productivity with lower cost as well. We are a team of material scientists, engineer designers, and experienced entrepreneurs. We have already experience in developing state-of-the-art solutions for the automotive industry. Currently, we are a team of 13 and steadily growing. So our direct customers are fuel cell and electrolyzer manufacturers that both represent the key technologies for the hydrogen industry. And the market is forecasted to grow quite significantly by 2030, requiring more than 2 billion coated components for electrolyzers alone and many more for the fuel cells. Up to now, we work with more than 16 customers already. Those are some of the major players in this field, like Siemens Energy, ThyssenKrupp Nucera, Toyota, Hyundai, and Ballard, and others. They all represent almost all the technologies, all the fuel cell or electrolyzer technologies. PEM, like proton exchange membrane, AEM, any exchange membrane, solid oxide, alkaline. And we mainly work with them in 2 directions, where first we develop unique nano-coating recipe for their particular business and technology need. And second is to scale this solution through mass production. There's actually a third one as well. We can optimize existing solutions, coating solutions that they use through reducing the loading of expensive materials, like the example I mentioned already. Yeah, that's the third option that we can do for them. The time scale. Looking at our developments, last year we raised 1.5 million euro to support our development, and particularly build a first production line, mass production line, which is going to be opened in a couple of weeks' time on the 4th of October here in Riga. So this is the huge milestone that we are approaching right now. Then this year we also were granted 2 very important European R&D grants. One is the EAC Accelerator grant, that is aimed at developing one-step novel process of applying these expensive catalysts onto the membrane directly using vacuum coating technology, which is not done yet. Has not been done, but we have proved that to be successful. We proved it a success and run a 1,000-hour test already with the industry successfully. So therefore, that was the base of lifting this grant. The other is consortium together with the industry and mainly company Elcogen from Estonia, Finland, where we will develop next generation solid oxide electrolyzer. And we are soon to raise a Series A round investment in order to scale our production closer to our clients, where we have already set foot in Poland to build a large manufacturing plant. Looking at the business model shortly, so uncoated components will be delivered to us, whereas we run that through our inline, coat the components, and then send that back to our clients to be assembled into electrolyzer and fuel cell stacks. And after, we will unveil a Riga production line, as already mentioned. Next one is Western Europe. The other potential geographic locations we see at North America, where some of our clients are based, and Asia as well. And our target, our idea is to keep our knowledgeable R&D center here in Riga that will be responsible for further development or enhancement of our technology, and also to develop new coating recipes that we after will scale through our production plants. Thank you. This is all from my side, so I'll be happy to discuss that further with you if you have any questions or find the ways how we can collaborate in supporting the green hydrogen vision.
Thank you, Dave. So not only giga industry can approach you, but also startups, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I know that the institute worked together to also work on a electrolysis process in carbon reduction reaction. Yeah. So NACO is very open to connections with everyone. Okay, now a slight change to the program. A speaker from Materize will join us through Zoom, and it's Ainars Ozols, who is supporting industry through research and from Institute of Solid State Physics. So, if possible, could you set up the Zoom? And Ainars, can you hear us and can you share your screen?
Yes, I can hear you very well. The question is, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Very good. Now, do you see the slides?
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. Well, today's aim is to present slightly what the Institute of Solid State Physics can do for business. And just very briefly talking about Institute of Solid State Physics, we do have more than 40 years of expertise, and Institute traditionally have aimed at solid state physics. But right now, we do pursue other directions as well. Material research for electronics and photonics, thin film coatings, nanomaterials and ceramics, theoretical modeling and design, and also, which is most important for today, is materials for energy harvesting and storage. So, Institute in this case is not only a research institution, but also we try to help local and actually close ecosystems for research, for industry, and also for the startups. So we can rely on our capacity of more than 200 employees, and most of them have a PhD degree and are deeply connected with photonics. Besides that, we do have quite large number of instruments for material and process characterization, as well as prototyping laboratory within ISO class 7-8 cleanroom facility. And just briefly about what is Materialise. It's more a brand name, how we treat industry, and it was created some years ago as a single point of contact for customer experience. So we can help industry and talk in their business language. And what is more important, we are not only waiting for the customers to come to the institute, but we also come to the customers in more proactive way. So let's briefly touch about the projects what the Institute have done in this field of batteries and materials for batteries and also for energy. So here is one of works which is published in Journal of Power Sources, where we have worked on reduced graphene oxide properties. Also, besides this, we have continued working more on metal oxide and graphene oxide composite anodes for the batteries. And this is published in Solid State Ionics of our researchers. So those who are interested in this topic can read it. And I would like to probably touch slightly the case studies what our institute have done for the industry. So among the most notable is this battery cell aging and cycle life prediction. We have equipment for this, and there are already several customers who are using these type of studies. And another one which we would like to point is machine learning based cycle life estimation. So those life cycle predictions also is very important to many customers. What else we can do for hydrogen-oriented materials and batteries? So we can do synthesis and film deposition. And of course, even if it's not deposited by us, we can do studies of structure and morphology and perform electrochemical analysis, which is, I believe, very interesting for this field. And this can be done in situ and also in the time of flight structural characterization mode. So our offer to the industry in this case would be we can work on more on coating development, tune it to the requirements what is needed. We can do battery assembly, material testing of those life cycles, and in general material and structure development. And I would like to point that it's not a fast process. since, as I mentioned, even if we do have 200 people working in the institute, they are already engaged in some kind of research or doing studies for some customers. But in general, I would say such quick type analysis like material characterization, this can be done pretty fast. I believe within 2 weeks' time. Then we do have more serious studies where we make this long-term analysis of the materials. These are also can be taken anytime. But I would like to point out that we would be most interesting in larger projects. So where we can put a number of researchers in this field, presumably 5 to 10 people working in this subject. And then I believe the Institute can make noticeable difference to the material and battery and process development. So for those who are interested in the collaboration, please contact our customer solutions manager, Olga Bogdanova. She planned to present today this presentation, but unfortunately she was not able to attend. And you probably already know Peteris, but in general, you can call Institute and especially Materize service department. We can provide you a solution and we can advise what Institute can do for you. So generally, that's my point, my general message from Institute. So you are welcome at any time. Come visit us, we will show you our institute, and then we can talk specialist to specialist what we can do for you.
Yeah, thank you, Ainars. So yeah, as you see, I have departed from Materize and started another role, but I do know some things. I know that Institute is very well versed in lithium and sodium batteries and research in that. And in hydrogen energy, we go from basically production of hydrogen through hydrolysis or electrolysis to starting a project in I think, carbonless methane catalyst research. Yeah. So thank you, Ainars, once again for your presentation. And yeah, if you have any questions, please contact Olga about what Institute can do for you. Thank you. We'll move forward to our next presentation. So while we have hydrogen and its history is intertwined with mobility or producing fertilizers or refining oil, we also can remember the most difficult part of hydrogen history, which is announced always, that hydrogen burns and flies. And there is a startup who wants to prove this wrong, that hydrogen does not explode in air always, or basically never explodes in air. You don't need to cover your flying equipment with explosives to make it fly. And there's a very good startup from Skype Corp, that produces drones for hydrogen. And yeah, if you could please come here, Marek, and introduce yourself. Yeah. Do you have time? Yeah. Yeah. So I just introduced you that you provide solutions that doesn't explode in the air. So could you maybe tell us more about it?
Thanks for the intro. Yes, so I'm here with the aviation side of things. So as you know, hydrogen aviation is also real. It's coming. It's coming to manned aviation. It's already flying on test beds. But we started with autonomous aviation because not to be green, not to be getting EU grant money to scale and oh, the business model doesn't work without that. No, it was technological because there was no other solution. Because battery drones do not fly for very long. If you want 1 kilowatt hour of energy in the air, that's 5 kilos of batteries. So how do you make a 5-6 kilo drone that flies for 1 hour or 2 hours? And there wasn't any other solution, so that's how we got into the game of hydrogen and actually finding out that, oh, it's also green. That's a bonus. So yeah, let me tell you about SkyCorp, because SkyCorp is an Estonian company, but also a Latvian company. We have also SkyCorp Latvia, which is very nice to be here in Riga. And let's see what I had actually on the slides. So yeah, company overview with a bit of background information to all of that, what we're doing. And you see our drone in the background there from European Space Agency project validations, because we're also a space company, apparently, which we also didn't know when we started out. But as you see from this picture, all the familiar problems in the world that we had flagged in 2017 are even more relevant in 2023. Half of the Europe is burning every year. Surprise. We have forest fires, we have field fires, agriculture. Of course, there's war going on in Ukraine. It's the most mined country at the moment, and it has more unexploded ordnance and mines at the moment than the entire Europe had during World War II. Somebody has to clear those out at some point. Again, you need aerial support for all of those things. You have traffic issues, try to alleviate that. Maybe don't drive everywhere, to take a few pictures and to do your validation or inspection. You have public safety concerns, of course. You have a lot of life-saving activities that need to be taken into account. And you have the massive development of renewable energy, which means it's distributed. You have massive solar fields, you have offshore wind parks, all of those things. How do you go there and inspect it? Yeah. Where possible, you try to use a drone. Mostly because of short flight times, again, you can't do it. You can't land everywhere. So that's, again, where long flight times and endurance and the ability to go out to their site, stay in there for longer, it comes into play. And that's what we try to solve. And of course, there's some nice background as well, which I think you've heard quite a lot about all day, so I won't touch on too many of these points. But basically, we have a lot of targets. This applies to Latvia as well, but in the Baltics and actually Nordics as well, we have a lot of clear airspace. We have a lot of regional airports, and they're not very used. So this goes into full-on aviation, actually. And that's where actually hydrogen aircraft will come into play in the future. So let's take those airports and turn them useful. Because if you can do it with electric aviation and storage of energy in hydrogen, yeah, you can make things work. And of course, we have Estonian Hydrogen Valley, and hopefully also Latvian Hydrogen Valley and Lithuanian Hydrogen Valley, and so on and so forth. So that's an ecosystem, and we want to contribute to that as well, again, to keep those renewables running, to provide those essential services. And what we do is, with our hydrogen drones, you see this old model back there, but basically the new generation already will be doing up to 2 hours in the air. We also do integration of hydrogen fuel cells and things, because it's not that hard, really. I know you've heard the opposite, but it depends on the system. We have a lot of European projects as well that we work with. There's dual-use projects, there's different airspace integration, U-Space, which is the very low airspace. Again, for cities and different regions, aerial services are quite useful. They save resources because it's automated. There's no person on board. So if we can take the human out of the loop completely, that's a very useful thing to do. And of course, we provide essentially data for any AI or other software companies so they can make themselves useful and actually analyze all of that. So again, we just want to provide capable hardware to do that. And there are key sort of use cases are in the public safety field, but also critical infrastructure, incident response, search and rescue activities, types where aerial data is just safer and better as well. So yeah, we've been doing it for 6 years already. So very long period. But we were first in Europe when we started, and now it's very good that the awareness is catching up. So you don't have to explain what is hydrogen. It doesn't explode, it implodes. By the way, there's no expansion of gases, so that's still a misconception that people have, and we've had to explain it for 6 years, so getting all of those Hindenburg jokes with that. But yeah, essentially, it's a lot greener actually than battery drones as well, which is something that with electrification is not talked too often. So it applies to drones, it applies to cars. The footprint is up to 10 times smaller actually. With fuel cells, you can recycle them at the end of the life. They actually are much longer lasting as well, especially when you compare with battery drones. We have a wide network. We, of course, participate in the Estonian Hydrogen Valley activities. We are part of the EU Law Enforcement Drone Unit and different other associations, Hydrogen Association of Estonia, of course, as well, and different stakeholder groups, because this is one of the key features, and I think every company should try to participate, especially on the European level, because you make the future of European development in whichever sector you're in, essentially. Yes. So what we want to enable from next year is not force people to own all the hardware. So Katana, Messer, and Toyota are providing the mobility as a service for buses. We want to do the same for drones, actually. So that means wherever is needed, wherever there's a big project going on, why force people to buy, especially if it's a Chinese drone or foreign technology, and just rent the hydrogen drone to the project much faster and ship it to the next guys. So that's something that we start providing from next year. Some achievements along the way. As we started quite early, we've had quite a lot of time to work on these things. We've passed the European Space Agency business incubation. We were the first Estonian company to have a patent during that time, to win also a direct tender with the European Space Agency, which was actually how space assets, downstream assets, can better serve urban air mobility to solve those challenges that cities have. And yeah, we were also the only drone company to be selected as the Central Eastern Europe PricewaterhouseCoopers report for net zero startups. And also I have a typo there. Yeah, that's, I think, enough for that. And where we're going is actually, because we still need some person to refuel the drone, right? Even if you have to do it every 1 hour or 2 hours, it's still kind of boring to be just sitting there. So we want to take the human completely out of that loop, which means we want to also build the ground infrastructure to support the aerial infrastructure. And so it will be basically a drone in a box with hydrogen production on site, feeding into the critical infrastructure it's usually stationed on. So, for example, replacing the diesel generator that you'd have on the site of a telecom installation, for example. We can provide backup power for that through an integrated fuel cell. So we also want to have, of course, an integrated electrolyzer to produce hydrogen on site for ourselves. We don't consume much. If we fly 24/7, we consume 1 kilogram per day. So, yeah. And basically, those stations will be refueling those drones autonomously. You will have basically a web platform. Anybody that has a use case, they need some drone somewhere, they just click on the location and that's it. They don't have to worry about anything else. They don't have to negotiate with some company on pricing or availability or time. And that's the roadmap for the next few coming years at least. I'd say the aviation regulation is still developing, so today this is not possible. But we're already part of projects which aim to achieve that possibility within the next few years. So we want to be in line with all of that. And yeah, final note, if you're a startup and you can't mention any sustainable development goals you're participating for, go work for some other company that does. You're not relevant in this day and age if you offer a convenience product and not something that can make an impact. That's our view at least. So thank you.
Thank you, Marek. I want to ask one small thing. I really don't love going to post office after my packages. Do you see this as a market that will be enabled as you have this remote refueling?
Yes, today, if you have to do it manually, there's no business case. Personnel costs alone just not make it worthwhile. If you can automate it, then it can be a very valid business case.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you. Good, and good luck with furthering your developments. Yeah. So, I think we have heard a little bit about production. We have heard about innovations also in production and elsewhere. We have heard about applications that are in the air. So there's also this large industry of energy that we all use, especially here in the cold region, which needs not only electricity but also heat. And our next speaker represents Zorya MAS project, which is a gas turbine research production complex. Yuri, could you please tell us a little bit more about how does hydrogen involve itself into gas turbines?
Thank you. Hello to everybody. First of all, thanks Latvian Hydrogen Association for the invitation us to be here. It's a big pleasure to present our possibilities in hydrogen technology. And along with this, it's so exciting for us. Okay, let me have some words who we are. We are a company, producer of gas turbine. Initially, we produced just marine propulsion plants, and then we shift our activities to mechanical drive packages and gas turbine power plants. And we located in Ukraine, Nikolaev city. You will see this location. Now we have 5,000 employees in our company. Before the war it was 8,000, but due to this situation now we decrease. But our production is still going on, and we increasing our production line even for this moment. Our sales geography, you can see it here. It's no need to comment because our production covers a lot of countries around the world. Of course, we are a certified company with ICO, and our general information including next. We are a very unique company because along with serial production in our company, we also have our own design institute, MAS project. We have our design bureau, research and development labs, and a lot of other R&D activities. It means, comparatively with other bigger players in the market like Siemens or Rolls-Royce, we just need some raw materials in our entrance, and outside in our exit, we will have gas turbine. No need any sub-suppliers for this. Of course, this fact, our research activities needs a lot of scientists to provide these activities, and that's why we have a lot of intelligence property and personnel, professors and other people. Range of our gas turbines covered from 2.5 megawatt up to 32 megawatts right now. All these engines can be applied like for marine applications and for industrial applications, for electric generations and so on. Just let me briefly pay attention to our engines. The advantage of gas turbine is following. We can readjust just 10 or 50% of hardwares to be able to run on 100% of hydrogen on gas turbine. Even now, if we apply our gas turbine, if we install our gas turbine on site, just need to run on natural gas. We need just maybe 10 or 15% of modernized to be able to run on hydrogen in the future. Our experience with gas transport is, you'll see, we provide more than 1,400 engines for it. In power generation, more than 500 sites, even more. We can provide a turnkey solution. It means you just show us the place where it can be, we provide you turnkey solution for everything, even EPC, like EPC contractor. And our biggest experience is the marine propulsion plants. You see, we provide more than 2,500 propulsion plants around the world. We have a lot of experience in use of various types of fuel. There's no need to announce everything of them, just pay attention to hydrogen, because in our portfolio we already have a case when we running on hydrogen fuel for 15 years already. We applied this hydrogen in our engine 15 years ago. And now it runs on hydrogen with content of 26% in some place in Belarus. Okay, this is some requirement for the fuel. It's no need to announce. You will check it later if you require it. We have been existing for 70 years on the market because we never stopped our research activities and design activities. And now we under development of fuel supply system elements and elements for combustion chamber. Our focus now is related to 5 megawatt engine. Why 5 megawatt engine? Because there are a few reasons. First of all, 5 megawatt engines need less amount on hydrogen to get 100% of power. Emissions that engines comes down up to 0 when we use 100% of hydrogen. This engine can be mobility, it can be installed on the track. And some bad experience which came from our country, it's due to situation. We have experienced how to protect national grid from blackouts. The reliability has to be increased if national grid will be distributed on smaller sources. It can protect from external impact. Especially 5 megawatt engines can solve these problems. If we distributed these sources around the country, it's more reliable, believe us. And it can be good back power for natural, for green energy, especially for the island grid. If we use some local island grid for green power, it's a very good idea for backup power. Efficiency, now we are speaking about simple cycle. You see, the efficiency not so much. But if we will be using in cogeneration cycle, it can be increased up to 85%. The heat can be used for district heating or for industrial reason. And as I told you already, it can be modernized on site up to 100% hydrogen for using. Along with this, why we are here, because we understand that it's too complicated to install this project like a pilot project in our country. That's why we are looking for a partner to install it here. And even more, we are ready to share our documentation for localization, some hardwares like external equipment and other equipment. It can be produced in Latvia. I think it's very interesting, will be for maybe for local economic reason. This is a table with parameters with different hydrogen content for 5 megawatt engines. Okay, I'm not willing to announce every digitals in this table, just draw your attention for some of them. If we use a simple cycle, for example, around 5 megawatt, this is just 5 megawatt. If we use this, if we will use this in the cogeneration cycle, we can add output more. It means output up to 10 megawatts. It means totally 15 megawatts of energy you will have on output our engines. Yes, we put some graph, some curves which I can explain how it works and how their emissions comes down. You will check it later. And other parameters is power and efficiency. Okay, what we propose right now, how it runs. Now we already designed the burners for such type of engines, and these burners under our production. We can arrange some R&D in our company for single burners, because it's too complicated to arrange abroad. But we are looking for the partner who able to install our entire set of 5 megawatt engines on site and start to operate it. The schedule for these activities is represented here. Our aim is to get 100% of hydrogen in our engine up to 2030 a year. This is our goal. That means now we are open for collaboration, and if you are really open for green power, please contact us or our representative in Latvia. We already have our reps here. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Yuri. Yeah, so I heard your presentation that it was very focused on partner finding, and it was one more thing. It was educational for policymakers. So small, decentralized energy systems are more efficient and more reliable. So we need heat. So you can provide heat solution, you can provide electricity solution, and it's in the same package, and you don't emit any CO2 if you go on 100% hydrogen. Okay, and service can be localized here. So it sounds like a very good pitch, and those who are in the business, please contact Yuri and Mash-Projekt, and let's see how this innovation that has been going for 70 years can advance into hydrogen markets. Thank you. Yeah. So, now we come to the last speaker, which represents refueling our future. As Anton Sharipo will talk about intra-holding and yeah, basically what's going on with refueling.
Thank you. So yeah, I would thank you for the opportunity to present our company. We are Hysol, and we're under Intra Holding company. Yeah, and a little bit history. Intra Holding was established 25 years ago, and for this time we gained a lot of experience in management, design, and production of gas stations. So preliminary, we're focusing on the Intra Holding is focusing on the high pressure field of different gases and gas stations. Intra has two business lines. One is wholesaling. So basically, we're reselling gas equipment, and we're the biggest wholesaler in Latvia. And the second one is production. As I said, we're producing gas metering and filtration stations. We have all the certificates that are needed for the gas production in gas field, quality management, production certificates, welding, metal constructions, and all etc. So, as I said, Intra is focusing its work on the natural gas and LPG projects, but several years ago, we couldn't help but notice that hydrogen is stepping up, and the interest for hydrogen is rising. And the first step for us was production and refueling station in Riga, which has built a hydrogen production and refueling station, which was built in Riga. Our engineers were reached and even participated in some parts of the process of designing and constructing it. And then we realized that we need to do something in hydrogen also, and that's when HySol appeared. So we opened the company under the Intra Holding Group that is focused only on hydrogen and hydrogen solutions. For now, our main business lines we have 3 business lines. First one is injection hydrogen and green gases into existing natural gas grids. Second one is hydrogen refueling. And also we're participating in different researches that are connected, connected to hydrogen or green energy. So let me tell you about more detailed about these business lines. Hydrogen green gas injection. I think everybody knows about the idea under that, but I will tell very shortly about it. So the idea of injecting hydrogen or green gas to the existing pipeline is to take natural gas from the pipeline and replace it with hydrogen or green gases, and as a result, to decrease carbon emission. That's the main goal. That's why we are here also. And to do it, you need, of course, you need hydrogen or green gas, biomethane, or anything else. And then you need to compress it, and then you need a skid, or a small station, you can call it, which will, if we're talking about hydrogen, it must be blended with natural gas. But if we're talking about green gases, then or biomethane, then you don't need to blend it, you just need to inject it. So we can provide, together with our partners, we can provide this solution. The second one, it's easier said than done, of course, because if we look at the hardware, there is nothing very. It's simple, basically. You need some meters, you need mixers, injection points, or regulating valves. But the main idea, the main high tech is here in the automatization. You need to control the amount of hydrogen that can be injected into the pipeline, because, for example, into existing grids, the latest study shows that you can inject about 15% of hydrogen without any major reconstruction of the grid or end users' installations. And we even, 4 years ago, we executed one project for Enke and Siemens, which were for also mixing of the gas, and they needed to mix natural gas with synthetic gas, of which 20% was hydrogen. The second business line of HySol is, as I said, hydrogen refueling solutions, and it could be divided into 3 levels. The first is the simplest one, when the infrastructure, as for example in Latvia, is not very there is no infrastructure for refueling here, and you need to make some tests or experiments in your warehouse or in your production, and you need to make a refuel. Then we can provide a simplified refueling panel, which can work as a hub between storage, high-pressure storage of hydrogen, and the vehicle that you need to refuel. And yeah, you just connect it, and you can make a refueling. This specially panel is the difference of its kind on the market is that it works with 500 bars. So it is for refueling of 350 bars vehicles, but it could in the inlet it could be done 500, which can decrease the time of the refueling. The second level is, if we're talking about refueling solutions, is mobile hydrogen refueling stations. It's already a container type refueling station that can be mobilely transported from one place to another, depending where you need to make your refuels. And this is more suitable for solutions where you need multiple refueling per day. Also, there is an option of external hydrogen storage, and all the automatization is there. And the final level is already complete big refueling stations. Commonly, it goes also with the production. So you have on site, you have electrolyzers on site, and compressor units, and refueling systems, and all the automatization, all safety device, chilling. It's like a complete big solution, which fits for high refueling demands. For example, as our Riga station, and for public transportation and that kind of stuff. And last but not least, what I wanted to share with you is our latest project that we're working on, and it's more, we think, innovative, and it is about hydrogen and electrical vehicles charging. Sorry. We think that electrical vehicle as a light duty vehicle is a very good solution for cities, even if we're working in hydrogen field, but still we think electrical vehicle is a good solution. And we see as the demand for them is growing and definitely will be growing. And this will lead to some big challenges for if we're talking for Europe. Only, for example, till by 2025, there will be need to install about 6,000 charging points weekly, just to give people, and the amount of these vehicles, just to give charging points to recharge. And it's a great challenge because our grids are not, they were not designed for this, for this load. And that's where hydrogen can step up and help, because you can use hydrogen as a source for the fast charging point. Basically, you take hydrogen, you use fuel cell system, internal battery, and automatization systems for fast charger, and then you can just connect your electrical vehicle and charge it without any, you don't need any connections like grid connections or anything else. You just need hydrogen, and here you go, we can charge. And I'm not talking about the charging about like 8 hours, 4 hours. It's a fast charging. It's 30 minutes. It's 160 kilowatts, and it can be done. And what we did also, we thought further, and we thought, why, if you have like a point for a light vehicle to charge it, why don't put there also a refueling point for the heavy-duty vehicles? Because, of course, if we're talking about light-duty vehicles, you can use electrical vehicles. It's a good solution, but but the second you go to the heavy duties or to bigger solutions, then you can't use batteries. You need to use fuel cells and hydrogen. So we decided to design system where both solutions are presented, where you can use electrical fast charger for your vehicle and refuel your hydrogen fuel cell vehicle at the same point, using only hydrogen as a power source. So, without further ado, let's refuel our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't leave. It's good to see that you're both on the infrastructure and the refueling, which is also infrastructure. I wanted to ask also maybe the rest of the speakers that participated in the session, let's gather in the front to have a panel talk and maybe also take a seat. And the question that was brewing was, do you see any synergies between yourselves? But I think the answer is really sitting in front of you. We have blending infrastructure, we have heavy heat and heavy electricity producer, we have electrolysis, and we have transportation case. This would be like an example valley, I think. But do you guys see among yourselves that there are interests to collaborate today, or do you see that you need some input from I don't know, from governing bodies to help a little bit to make a consortia larger and stronger? What is missing to start hydrogen up in today?
Is it for? Okay. Could I start? Yeah. Thank you. About cooperation, I think the main answer that we should give each other that this field is it is like connected through all the systems. For example, if you have any project for, I don't know, refueling solutions or anything else, it's very connected also to production, and you will need, in the best way, you will need electrolyzer, and then you will need NACA to make it more efficient. So, as an example, so that's, I think that like the main idea is that we can find cooperations points in any project for us, because our field now it's only like in the beginning, and we must like try hard to find these points, because we together can only push it.
Yeah. Anyone else wants to add?
Okay. For my opinion, first of all, it is some bigger round the world players with like fossil companies, big fossil companies. They're against us, against green energy. And second reason, I think it's the cost of electricity, which should be used for generating of hydrogen. This is the second reason which are stopped, or not stopped. It's the process is so slowly. This is my opinion.
Okay. So cheaper electricity will bring this solution going forward. Okay. Yeah, Raivi?
I think as far as the fossil fuels go, we've been working with this molecule for God knows how long already. We've been burning and doing a lot of things with it. We have built all the infrastructure around it for it, and that took us quite a while. That took heavy investments, political will, etc., etc. With the hydrogen, yeah, it's been around for quite a while, but only recently we experienced a heavy support at the political level and industrial level for it. It is still not enough. I think it still will take quite a lot of time until we will build that infrastructure. that will allow to enter more users and off-takers of the hydrogen itself. So it will take a time, and we have started collaboration projects already. We don't, as far as Enaco goes, we don't produce electrolyzers ourselves. We are here to make them more efficient and long-lasting, which eventually will drive down the cost of the hydrogen. Hopefully, yeah, there are different ingredients to it. Cost of electricity, obviously, that will go from one region to another. It will be cheaper to produce hydrogen in Africa or in Morocco, etc. So, and then transport it here possibly. Anyway, so but then we also can give to help to reach that or drive that price parity. I recently visited HyF Cell in Stuttgart, where they were presented fuel cell technologies, and I remember Mercedes truck presentation, and afterwards when I spoke to that representative of the company, he said, yeah, they have invested in electric trucks already, and that will go to mass scale series production already next year. But they also see the need in and value in investing in hydrogen trucks, and that is meant to be released in series production already as of 2028. Although the comment is that they still see that when releasing that to series production, the cost of the hydrogen truck is going to be at least twice more than a diesel truck. Anyway, so again, we are just at the beginning, and for a fossil molecule, it took us a huge amount of investments and time. It not necessarily will be maybe I cannot mention the time that will be needed to develop this hydrogen industry and infrastructure, but there is a political will that I haven't seen for any industry at the moment, and I'm sorry to see what is happening in Ukraine at the moment, but that has been essentially one of the drivers of why that is supported that much at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I think the Ukrainian example is also very good. I had the pleasure last year to talk with a person from the Ministry of Energy, and the rebuild plan is distributed energy, hydrogen, digitalization, of course, and investing in deep tech such as drones. So I think it's a very good plan, but humanity is never proactive, and nobody is. So it's always a reactive. So I think now the lessons have been triggered in such a rapid time period, short, so that the memory factor doesn't kick in. And I think now there's no way of going back. And the question is, like, what's the cost of also not doing? Because everybody's saying it's so expensive, we can't do it, we don't have the money, yet we are still subsidizing fossils. So isn't it supposed to be reaching already, like, every minute that we talk, there's another million goes to the fossil industry. So I think it's finding the fair price, adjusting for that, doing it together, and again, calculating the cost of not doing things, because I think we see from the energy security perspective what happened. I think it's time to not make those mistakes anymore, because we really don't have time to lose. And as the CEO of Tallinn Airport actually said, in their sort of green climate neutral by 2030 plans, he said that if you're not, as a company, climate neutral by 2030, you're out of business. So that means you have 7 years, maximum. And I think this is a good message that everybody should learn, and I hope the fossil industry can also stop blocking it. Do it together. I think that's the plan. And it's nice to see that Enaco is already, like, let's say, making some of our potential supplier products better. So I think that's the cooperation that we have. Like, it's finding those synergies.
Just a comment, we actually see that energy companies understand that they also have to invest in this new business vertical, and they do. So it is just comes from the discussions with them already. So they see they don't really have a other way as just to get involved.
Yeah, that's right. Shell is like giving a majority, like a lot of investing a lot of money in hydrogen and hydrogen technologies.
Yep. Are there any questions from the audience that wanted to be asked, or someone has a comment from their experience about R&D and these topics? No, everyone's tired.
Maybe one short comment. From the perspective of the OEMs, which we have seen or listened to over the few hours today, but also a regular from the industry. Before one bus or truck OEM brings a car to the market, it takes 3 to 5 years, R&D. And that is far too long period of time. So whatever you do, gentlemen, I would strongly encourage you to go and work like the computer electronics company. See Microsoft. They are how many years in service and still selling unfinished product. So one can go into the service with not perfect product, but with one product which is going to help us implement new technologies into the market faster. There are customers out there ready to go the road with us while the product is not perfect yet.
That's a very good point, because that triggered, it was a hydrogen related event. And I don't remember the speaker, but he said, like, Germany is very good with R&D. They can do it for 10 years. The problem is that China deploys in 2.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit harder to do patches for hardware than it is for software, but it's a good point too.
You've seen the Tesla?
Even
yeah,
especially if you're using like 500 bars and it explodes, and it's a bit harder to fix it.
Yeah, don't do it on the critical stuff. I guess that's the point. Yeah,
that's right.
If you speak anything else except the fuel line, you don't need to have a perfect performance ratio in the first generation. That's the point.
Yeah, minimal viable product. Okay.
Just to complement to add something. There are no electrolyzers or fuels electrolyzers. I think there is no. It is example because there are no. Warranties given now for electrolyzer installments at the moment, not yet. So you see that MVP already running on the market. All these electrolyzer technologies, they are not ready. They are not ready as a product.
Yeah, you can break them if you're not careful. Yeah, that makes sense. But there's one more thing that we can see, that if you want to grow faster, you are component company. You create components, or you basically license out component business to others. And you don't need to make the very final project on your own. There are others who can help you. The whole chain is not on your shoulders, as you said. Suppliers are the ones innovating. You are smart on the other things. Okay, sounds good. So maybe one closing question, because the time is running out and the day has been long. So what do you see as the first thing that should be implemented, either in hydrogen mobility or in hydrogen field, regarding to your business, or just in Latvia or in Europe? What is the first and most critical? Is it the chicken and egg question, or what?
I think we have to first help people, everyone, to sort of touch hydrogen, to educate about hydrogen, and get them to know hydrogen better in order to have that overall support before we do things. Obviously, there is a lot of things that it needed to to be done before everybody gets involved. Everyone wants to have already built infrastructure before you are ready to buy the truck or to whatever. So I think we have to let everybody touch that hydrogen and understand what that is, and it is not something that just blows up the next second you play with it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think that we should do the first step that we're already doing. We need to push like big manufacturers, big companies to do something to reduce CO2 emission, and that's through them we can go like on the smallest level, because we just as a European Union we can like force them to do it. And we're forcing them, and that's a good, I think, step, and we need to pursue it.
So you're saying we need more expensive CO2 to push everyone a bit harder?
We need to push harder big companies, for example, to go from diesel fleet to hydrogen vehicles, for example, or hydrogen forklifters, or anything like that, and just to push them to do it. And because as a European Union, you can do it.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Anything to add?
I want to really say a very nice statement here. Then I will state stable legal environment and leave it at that, right? Because that's what everybody's complaining about. It's like mixed messaging going on. But I'd say start from the back. If you're a municipality, you have a 2030 zero emission buses, right? Okay. What do you need to do today to get to that point? And then work back from that. And I think a lot of people are looking like at this old consultant data from like 5-year-old sources or something, and then going like, oh, this doesn't work because this document said this. And it's like, okay, maybe we just trash those documents, look at what the regulation is doing at the moment in the future, and then work out back, how do we meet that demand? And I think this is what the governments should also do a bit more clearly. Like from Estonia, we have this 2030 law, 100% green electricity. Okay, it's doable. Well, we put it into law, so it must be, right? What does it mean? Well, probably with renewables, you're not doing exactly 100%. It's not like a turbine that you have fixed. So you, in Estonia's case, probably do 170% green electricity. Okay, so what's the excess? Well, 1.5 terawatt hours. Okay, what do we do with that? Do we waste it? Where's the business case for renewable developers? So you work back from there, and then you go, okay, then we have 30,000 tons of hydrogen annually. Okay, where do we put it? Where does it make the largest impact? Well, mobility's emissions are still rising. We're not going to meet 2030 targets. Right, let's put it into transportation. What's the return of investment? CO2 price by then, because everything is moving into emissions trading system. Okay, including aviation and maritime. Okay, the price probably is not going to be €100 by that point. It's probably 160, maybe €200, maybe even more. But let's take some conservative figure. Okay, how much is that the money? If we replace diesel, that's going to be 75 million annually. Okay, can we invest 75 million today to push this target? And that's the answer, and I think that's the logical conversation that should take place between all the stakeholders. And also, I think, not like sitting in your own corner and expecting that somebody will put a refueling station and I will then buy a hydrogen car or bus or truck. Maybe you have to have the dialogue to meet that and match that, and then make also the producers feasibility study meet up, right? And yeah, we see it in too many cases that people are not talking to each other, because both have problems and they could solve each other's.
Okay, thank you. Yuri, anything to add?
Latvia doesn't have a fossils. You definitely should move in towards to green energy. This is for sure.
Yeah.
And we are ready to start even for tomorrow our project, if you agree.
Okay, that's a good thing. Thank you, thank you. So I think we have an answer. The technology is ready in sectors. Where it isn't ready, it's fine, and you can still deal with it. It's not the chicken or the egg; it's the hen. You still plan. It's basically where you set up the chicken house. You need to basically plan for how many chickens you will have, and then you can hope to have hydrogen infrastructure tomorrow, as Yuri said. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that's a wrap up for the panel. Thank to all the speakers, and I will give the mic to Ivars.
Thanks a lot for, I would say, wonderful marathon what we had over today. Thanks for your patience and never-ending energy, which should be basically, I assume, hydrogen. So anyway, thanks a lot. I really enjoyed today all the panel sessions, exchange, networking, good checkboxes for tomorrow plans. So let's continue exchange, and I really appreciate all the contact what was shared today. And let's continue with, I would say, geometrical progressy that have more and more projects on the table, because I think we finally had achieved the momentum. Everyone is talking, but at least what I can assure you, today I saw the people who know how to do that. Therefore, let's continue in the same direction, and yeah, hope to see you soon. Thanks a lot.